Hello, class. How you doing? It's your boy, Mikey G. I don't know if you noticed. Something seems a little different. We have a new Brio MX 4K. We have the MX Brio. And, yeah, this thing's amazing, man. MX Brio. Is this the 4K one? Yeah, this could do 4K if it really wants to. Nice. Yeah, it's a fantastic little, yeah, it's an amazing little product. I appreciate it. What's up, Annie? So, Annie, we're using the new Logitech Brio MX 4K. That's it, man. I believe this is the one. I think this is the one. I want to make sure I didn't get the wrong fucking... There's one thing I need to look at. Give me one moment before we start. I got to check one thing. Cool. All right. I just wanted to make sure I got that right. So, yeah, we have a lot better audio. Not audio, sorry. It's a lot better for the video. The reason the video is a lot better is because, obviously, it's a better camera. It's got a wider lens, it appears. It's just a much better camera overall. Hopefully my lips are matching. I haven't done an actual collaboration text, not collaboration, but calibration. I'm assuming it's a millisecond delay between the video and the audio. So let me try clap. But no, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. And, yeah. All right, I'm going to put on my headsets and headphones and all that crap. Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit better, though. I don't know, dude.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. The U.S. military sinking 6 small Iranian boats as efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz test the ongoing ceasefire. President Trump is threatening to blow Iran, quote, off the face of the earth if U.S. vessels are attacked.
Damn.
Earlier today, 2 American flagged ships did safely make it through the strait. Meanwhile, no relief at the pump. Gas prices hitting $4.45 today. An armed suspect.
Hell yeah, dude. More higher gas prices. I'm okay with, look, if it's only going to be short term anyway, once the Strait of Hormuz is fully open, then we can all feel better about what's happening. Other than that, stop bitching about the pump, dude. Everybody's bitching about, high gas prices. How terrible. Oh, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a big fan of high gas prices myself. I'm not going out there saying, we should have high gas prices, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm saying that I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. There's nothing left to lose. Nothing left to prove tonight. But thank you guys for tuning in. I really appreciate it. We're getting bigger. We're getting smaller. No, we're just getting bigger. We're getting bigger and bigger every day. We think big. We do big. Okay, here we go. So we're going to react to a few videos, and we're going to keep going, man.
Beck shot.
If you guys can, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Small
It
Wiener
does help the
Gang.
channel. Thank you, Aubrey Barna. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate it. Once again, if you guys can, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner, as it really, really helps the channel grow in more ways than one. Here we go.
By law enforcement near the Washington Monument after confronting officers. One bystander was hit but is expected to be okay. The White House was briefly put on lockdown. President Trump was hosting an event in the East Room but continued on with that program. Okay. Spirit Airlines reportedly refunding most of their customers after shutting down on Saturday. Other carriers are helping stranded passengers with cheaper fares. About 17,000 Spirit workers are now jobless. It's the first airline to go under in 25 years.
Wow, dude. Spirit Airline has gone under completely. Crazy.
The Supreme Court restoring male access to an abortion pill, at least for now. The decision allows women to receive mifepristone by mail without an in-person doctor's visit, lifting a lower court's ruling that restricted access. At least 3 people are dead and more are sick after a suspected hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship off Cape Verde. Nearly 150 people on board, including 17 Americans. Passengers are stuck on the ship, but authorities are working on evac plans. In Washington, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
That's insane, man. See what Jesse Waters has to say.
Mike Sorelli is a retired Navy SEAL officer. You know, the president was presented with some options here. Ground assault on the Straits, seizing Carg Island. But this operation of freedom of navigation, how intelligent does that seem?
While keeping economic strangulation and hitting them with the might of our military. And Jesse, let me tell you, when you add A-10s and Apaches to the fight, having been on the ground and having those overhead, it's like a sigh of relief. I guarantee they are sending out their mosquito boats under, gun. They're probably forcing their people to hit the straits in those small boats.
They don't want to be on those boats.
No. And add that to what Scott Bessente's done with his economic strangulation. He just reported that their soldiers are no longer getting paid. I'll tell you, it's one thing to scream, death to America when you're getting paid and you're feeding your family. But once that stops, the loyalty goes away. And so they're losing control over their regime, which we didn't even think was possible to the extent.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the regime has no real control over the military at this point, and I think a lot of the military, the Iranian military members are quitting. I think in droves. as I've tried to tell you guys, time and time again, Iran is cooked, people. They are cooked. Now, if you guys agree with me, if you guys think that Iran is totally cooked and has no chance, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. The more subscribers we get, the better. So whatever you guys could do, subscribe to the channel. Let's roll.
We've beaten them. But this is a beautiful thing. This is a foregone conclusion. The president just needs time, and the Democrats are on the wrong side of history right here.
Well, it looks like he's patient, and he hasn't panicked and done anything to put Americans in harm's way. So it's a suicide mission, you're saying, to go out on these fast boats, and these guys aren't getting paid, but they're lobbing missiles at our neighbors. Do you expect a major retaliatory action from the United States?
Talk about the composure of President Trump here. This is a masterclass in leadership. This has been an escalation, and he's handled this well. But the next step is to hit them hard. It's to go after the infrastructure, to remove whatever leaders we.
You got to. Look, if Iran's going to keep doing this bullshit and they're going to keep trying all this crap, it needs to come to an end. Period. End of story. Like, it's beyond frustrating, you know. It's crazy. But whatever. It's whatever. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Give me one moment, everybody. Ultra wide 4K. There we go. All right. Let's keep going.
You can, if that's Ahmed Vahidi, who's a former Cuds commander who we believe is in charge of the IRGC.
Yeah, I hope my boy Mark Salmons returns. We all love Mark on here. What's up, Frog Eat Frog? Guess what? We're using the new camera. We're using the MX Brio Ultra Wide 4K now. The show, you can now see me in a higher def. I'm using, it's still 1080p. I mean, it's 4K naturally, but I downsize it to 1080p. It's a great camera, man. I love it. It's fantabulous. It's beautiful. Let's keep going.
See, continue to remove them. But when I say a foregone conclusion, this is going to end. And this isn't diplomacy or negotiations. This is surrender management. And they're handling it poorly.
So eventually they're just going to hand these guys a piece of paper. These are the terms of the surrender, and they're going to have to sign it whether they like it or not.
What other choice do they have? There is no leverage. The little leverage they have, they know, is the Straits of Hormuz. And, these mosquito boats, they're meeting the biggest fly swatter in the world, known as the U.S. Navy, armed with A-10s now and Apaches. That is a death package to anyone who goes against the United States on those waters. So we are heading in a good direction. This will be solved.
My boy Frog Eat Frog is saying this is your emoji now. Oh, my God. I mean, it kind of looks like me, bro. Kind of looks like me, man. I dig it.
We just need the Democrats to stop looking at the 60-day countdown clock like fiends to a fix. And, at this point, I think the Democrats, nothing is worth fighting for. They'd rather live on their knees than die on their feet. And it's almost like
That's true. That's true. That's the thing about Democrats is Democrat men, for example, I believe they have no backbone. They seem weak to me. So no, I agree with this guy 100% completely. Completely. Amazing.
Tehran has bought and paid the Democratic Party as lobbyists in Washington. And that's the only other string is to play our politics against ourselves as well as the globe.
And that is part of their strategy, to divide politically this country, jack up energy prices, and see if it can hurt the president's resolve, which it hasn't so far. The Democrats, if this operation goes smoothly as we expect it will, and we hope it will, in a month or two from now, if we're kind of cleaning things up down there on the Strait, do you think the Democrats are going to regret anything?
Oh, they're going to regret a whole lot. The fact that they called this Trump's war, I find that wildly offensive. We're
going to have parades when these guys come home.
47 years, 1,000 Americans lost to Iranian hands. This is America's war. And, you look at Trump and what he's done.
Yeah, and the thing is, Iran has done terrible, terrible things. They've been the #1 state sponsor of terror by creating weapons and giving them to various Middle Eastern factions. They've just been terrible. Let's just face it. Iran has been terrible through and through. And like I've been saying, a weak Iran is a good Iran for the rest of the world. I mean, the weaker we can make Iran, the better, the safer the rest of the world can be. You know what I mean? So if you want to make sure the world is safe, make sure Iran is weak. But yeah, if you guys can, don't forget to subscribe to the channel one more time. Make sure that you guys remember to subscribe to the channel. But yeah, we got a new 4K webcam, the MX Brio 4K upgrade all day, every day, all day long in a juicy man thong. I love it though, man. I love it. The 4K Brio is just amazing, man. Amazing.
Restoring consequences to the world that other administrations just sort of put on blinders and called it instability management. And we allowed the status quo. This needed to be done arguably decades ago.
Yeah, and Iran's been the bully of the Middle East, and they've gotten away with too much crap. They've been a pure agitator. I'm sick of them, man. We're sick of the Iranians. And the reason the left seems to like the Iranian regime a lot is because it seems like they both think the same, allegedly. They both have the same train of thought, it feels like. Allegedly.
And now we've got a president that actually makes the hard decisions to get it done. And the American people, as well as the left, should be behind him to finish this. And here's the other thing people miss. This is great. Trump first took out Venezuela, and he's going for a four-peat here. If you remove Iran, you remove Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, they lose all financing, material support.
And that's great. Those factions will no longer they won't get the financing they need from Iran because Iran's decimated. I should say the Iranian regime is decimated and no longer able to fund those terror organizations.
Operations and planning intel, and they even lose operational training. So he will bring a peace to the Middle East that you and I never thought was possible in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
We always talk about China because
like I always say, if all you have to do is take Iran out of the puzzle, and then every other piece is okay. Iran's government has been the poison this whole time. They need a reform in Iran. They absolutely do. They absolutely need a reform in Iran. Okay, let's take a look.
Always comes back to China. As we see these war games that we're conducting with some of our allies in the South China Sea, what kind of pressure does that?
Oh, we got Uncle Chris in the house. What is going on? Uncle Chris. We got Uncle Chris telling us he's a beautiful man, obviously. I think that's what he's trying to say. Yeah, the Iranian regime needs to go, dude. They got to go. Get them out of there, bro. Get them out of there. The Iranian regime is cooked. Absolutely 100% cooked. But yeah, man, it's working. Well, you got Uncle Chris in the house. What's going on, man? But yeah, no, Annie, you're right. It's pretty much over for Iran. Iran's cooked. If you guys think that Iran is cooked, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. You know, we're sick of, we got Iran fatigue, we got woke fatigue, we got all the woke fatigues. And we're just done with it, man. We're done with woke people telling us what to do, telling us what to think, and yeah, we're done with it. Sayonara, brony. We're done being told what to do by the woke left. Oh, you know it. I know it. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Put on Xi Jinping as the president heads over there in, 2 weeks?
And this was a big concern. The Pacific was a big concern, and we're slowly eroding their leverage as well. I can only imagine that Trump is going to step into that meeting with Xi Jinping and say, did you see what we did over there? Did you see that? That was a masterclass. That was a display. You know, we've put them in a box, much like Russia. Now they've got to buy their oil on the open market, which is going to be costly for them and their economy.
Yep. This is going to make things tougher for China. This is good, by the way. I don't think people realize that a weakened Iran is perfect because it's going to force China to spend more on energy by sourcing their oil from other places. Cancel, what's going on? Cancel says, hello, real Garza, and everyone. What's going on, my brony bro? Good to see you, man. It's good to see you on the chat. Good to see all you guys. We love all you people. You guys are all amazing. Amazing. But yeah, no, I'm just really excited to see what Trump does, to see what the finishing move ends up being. I mean, you guys don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. We need more subs, dude. So please, subscribe to the channel if you don't want to miss any more beautiful, beautiful live streams. We're very zesty on this channel.
Xi Jinping is not in the position he was months ago, and the world and the global chessboard is different. And it's all due to President Trump, who's done more than the past 4 administrations on foreign affairs. We should be applauding him. And when this is finished up, we'll handle the domestic policy. We'll get back to the economy because the economy is going to recover like nothing we've ever seen before as the price of oil comes back down.
Yeah, a little bit of pain at the pump, but hopefully that's over soon. Mike, good to see you. Thank you so much. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
All right, President Trump participates in a small business summit. Let's see what this is about.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It is pretty dope that he's participating in a small business summit. This is pretty interesting stuff. Very fascinating, man. Very fascinating.
Well, we have a great group of people outside.
Hell
I just
yeah.
looked at their wares, and it's
Yeah.
beautiful stuff. Made in America. It's great, great stuff. Please sit down. I'm thrilled to be with you
amazing.
and welcome you
Amazing.
to the most fabulous
There we
place,
go.
the White House. There's nothing quite like it. People come from all over the world. The King and Queen were just here, and they looked and they said, this place is just amazing. When they came into the Oval Office, they said, this is something. And they've seen some very nice places. They've seen some great rooms. But it is a very special place as we celebrate National Small Business Week. So let me begin by saying congratulations to the small business people of the year from all 50 states. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and you can be proud of yourself. Our country's made up of a lot of small businesses, and that ends up being a really big business. As small business owners and operators, the people in this room represent the 36 million small businesses who create 40% of all economic activity in the United States.
That's wild. Small businesses make up 40% of the economic activity. That is wild to me. I didn't realize that. You know, and we do have a lot of big businesses, and I love big businesses, by the way. Oh, Cancel, thank you for sending out 5 gift memberships. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Cancel. Thank you, bro.
Laugh out loud.
That's the sound of my cheeks clapping, by the way. Everybody give a shout
Laugh
out
out loud.
Everybody give a shout out to Cancel for hooking us up with 5 new members, man. 5 new gifted memberships, bro.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, Annie's a member. Annie finally became a member. I think this is her first time becoming a member. Thank you, Cancel, for supporting this channel by getting
Laugh out
gifted
loud.
memberships for my incredible people. Annie, out of all people, deserves a gifted membership. So, Annie, you're now a member. Even if it's only for a month, you're a member. So, Ryan770 is now a member. He's actually, this might be the first time he's been a member too. Yep, your name is green. Yeah, when you're a member, man, you get a specific color for your text. We got Ember Void TV is a new member, all thanks to Cancel F7S, and then Cancel F7S also received his own gift membership. It's amazing. Bitcoin Bernoulli received a gift membership from Cancel F7S. So big shout out, bro. Thank you, Cancel. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, one more time, everybody. Give a shout out to Cancel F7S. We appreciate you, Brony. We appreciate you, man. Yeah, anytime you guys want to send a gift, a gifted membership, super chat, anything helps. Even subscribing to the channel goes a long way. So don't forget to tap the subscribe button as well, so that way you can become a subscriber to the Michael Garza Show.
United States. Think of that. A group of people added together. You're essentially the most important factor
Amazing.
business-wise in the whole country. And this country is leading the whole world. We are now. That I can tell you by a lot. You're the lifeblood of the American economy, and with your help, we're truly making America great again. It's we're doing
baby.
record
Yeah.
business. We have
No, I love it, man.
stock
Trump's the
market
man.
that hit even with this military operation, call it whatever you want. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We hit all new highs, and
No,
I said we
period,
have
end
to
of
take
story.
care of business because we can't let that happen.
No, and Donald Trump is right, man. We don't want Iran to have a weapon. There should be no reality where Iran gets a nuclear weapon. None at all. That just should not be even a remote possibility. Not in the slightest. Never, ever, ever. Not in the slightest, bro. Not in the slightest.
So we did a little detour, and it's working out very nicely. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment.
So if you're unable to afford living under Trump, how are you able to afford living under Biden? Biden's economy was terrible. Are you kidding me? You know it was terrible, bro. You know Biden's economy was total ass. Come on. You guys know I'm right. If you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Once again, please subscribe to the channel to help us out. We're a little bit of a smaller channel, admittedly. We're always trying to grow and improve and become something a little bit bigger, but sometimes it's in the cards, sometimes it's not.
They have no radar, they have no nothing. They have no leaders, actually. The leaders happen to be gone also. But can't let them have a nuclear weapon, or you'd have problems like nobody would believe. And it's going very well. We're also pleased to be joined this afternoon by Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, who's been amazing. Where's Chris? Except everybody was wrong. They thought that energy would be at $300, right? $300 a barrel, and it's like at 100. And I think going down, and I see it going down very substantially when this is over, Chris. And I think very rapidly too, at levels that you've never seen. Because
Trump's going to shock the world in this one. I think the Iran war is pretty much done and over with, and I think the market's going to price it in here pretty soon. When they start looking into this, they're going to realize that, oh crap, this is over. Trump daddy kicked ass, bro. Trump daddy kicked butt, bro. You know it. I know it. The American people know it. Pretty obvious, bro. You know I'm right. I've been running around a lot, I know my left from right, or maybe not. I've been taking a drive along the memory and had an awful thought. What if I'm wrong and you were right all along? Get this, I'll put you on my wish list. Drew a star right by your name. Now, it's good to have you all here on the show. Love doing the show, obviously. This is like, oh, man. I do have a question for GPT, though. Hold on. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. Okay, I think I figured it out. I figured it out, bronies. Here we go. Here we go. Now, 1. Nothing wrong with me. 2. Nothing wrong with me. You know, honestly, I'm a big fan of, what's that, Drowning Pool? That's the name of the band. They're incredible.
There's a lot of energy out there of ships all over the world that are loaded up with it. They can't do much with it because they got kidnapped by a pretty evil place, but we're taking care of it. We have Administrator Kelly Loeffler, who's incredible, and she's the head of the Small Business Administration. We're thinking about a name change, but I don't know. It's still pretty good name. And I always say the small business is a giant business because when you add up your whole department, that's not a small business. That's a really big business, the biggest. Under the last administration and their radical left allies in Congress, small businesses were brutally crushed by the worst inflation in American history. We had the worst inflation under Biden that we've ever had.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. The Biden administration was quite awful. And honestly, Trump, in my opinion, saved America. I mean it. Nate Dogg says, how's everyone doing tonight? Let's see. Hell yeah, dude. Yep, just popping in. We got the new Logitech Brio MX 4K camera. You're looking at me through that lens, man. Amazing camera. A lot sharper of an image, better lighting, just better quality. But I'm still streaming on a 1080p. It downsizes really well, so it's a 4K camera, great wide lens. It's fabulous. It's a good camera, and now we got something we can really utilize when live streaming. So I'm pretty happy about it. Hey, Twizzlers are tight. I love Twizzlers. Twizzlers are amazing. Amazing.
I always like to correct, because if I don't correct, then the papers, the media goes crazy. He made a mistake. Well, the official number is 48 years. I say the worst in it because I don't believe the 48 years. I say it was worse than that. But in many ways, 48 years sounds worse than in history. I don't know why. But it was 48 years or worse. It was in a Biden inflation. This is what I inherited. And now we had it down where just prior to the war, the inflation was 1.4%. And for 3 months, over a 4-month period, took me a little while to get it down from the levels it reached. Biden added $6 trillion worth of new regulations and created an estimated 356 hours of paperwork every year for small businesses. You know what that means better than anybody? It means no good. Their policies punish hardworking citizens, and our policies protect you and reward you. And also, we have to have something else that I think is good for your businesses. We are respected all over the world now, again, as a country. We were laughed at. We were a joke. We were a total joke. Right, Rick? I see Rick, my television star over here. He's been with us from the beginning, haven't you? Like maybe from the first speech. Long time, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I think we're doing good for you, Rick, right? And you're doing good with your shop?
Everything's amazing.
And I know you're doing good on the television camera, so that's maybe more. That's good. That's great. Thank you, Rick. Last summer, I proudly signed the great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, and boosting millions of small businesses. Thank you. Boosting millions of small businesses. We passed no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on social.
Total stud. Trump is a stud. That's all you need to know. The greatest of all time, greatest president we've ever had. Stunning, 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 stunning.
Security for our seniors, that's big stuff. And we add that to the package that we approved in my first term. We had the best financial years in the history of our country in my first term, and I think we're going to blow them away this term. You know, in this term, we have $18 trillion being invested in our country. And if you look at the last administration, they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have $18 trillion during 11 months. The 12th month hasn't come in yet in terms of the numbers. But in 11 months, $18 trillion investments. We have auto plants being built all over the country, AI plants and we're leading China in AI. And I'm going to go see President Xi in 2 weeks. I look forward to that, but I'll say I'm leading. We have very friendly competition. But it'll be a very important trip. We provided 100% expensing and bonus depreciation, which
Cancel says hello, Sasang. Goupinder. It was not easier under Joe Biden. Are you kidding me? First off, Trump, he's a go-getter. Trump is a go-getter. Trust me, life will be easier when Iran is complete. I mean, it's pretty completely weak already. Now, you may be paying more at the pump. Tourism may be down, Goupinder. But no, Trump is, whether people, and you guys can say, oh, you're in denial. No, I'm not in denial. I firmly believe that Trump is making America great. He's helping the country heal from the Biden era. Biden was terrible.
is tremendous. One of the biggest things that you have. I mean, it's people have no idea how big that is. The businesses do. So that businesses can deduct 100% of the cost of new facilities, equipment, and capital investment in the first year. It used to take 38 years of deduction. Now you get it done in one. You can take one so you can expand. I think.
Yeah, but what about all the damage that was done under Biden, though? Don't forget how wrecked things were under Biden. Don't forget that.
That's what made us so successful in the first term, but now we have it for a 10-year period. So you have it for a while. I really was going to make it for a 1-year period. That would mean you spend all your money immediately. Now, unfortunately, I gave you too much time. I was sort of against that. I said, let's do it for a shorter period of time, but we did it. It's the right thing. And this way, when I get out of office in, let's say, 8 or 9 years from now, I'll be able to use it. I'll be able to use it myself. And to ensure that you and your family can keep your businesses in the family, we virtually eliminated the unfair estate tax or death tax for farmers and for small businesses. So, you know, oftentimes you build, I mean, I just met some incredible people. They have beautiful businesses, small businesses. They want to have their children. Those businesses were all long-term. It was, the father was there, right? We're just talking about with the beautiful pretzels. I said, pretzels, oh, yep. Those look good. I wanted to take some right now, but I didn't want to be rude and rip your bag apart. But the businesses they've been in business for a long time, almost every one of them. And you pass away, you want to have your children take over your business. They work in your business, and they got hit with the state tax, or we call it the death tax, but we call it both. It does the same thing. And they couldn't afford it. They went out, they take the business, they mortgage it up to pay the tax, and they end up losing the business. They end up going bankrupt. They end up, in many cases, committing suicide. We have a lot of that.
That's a rough one, man. I mean, definitely a lot of small businesses in Coos Bay, for example, do not thrive here. Coos Bay is a small, dinky town. They're just not thriving. Well, nobody wants to spend money locally because I don't think a lot of people have any. So the thing I do is I just invest. I do the YouTube channel, and my goal is to create a business that is actually successful, and this has been successful. My swing trading career has been very successful, and I do deliveries on the occasion.
That you have a lot, especially farms, you know, they want to be on that farm. They don't want to lose their farm. And it's land rich and cash poor. And they go out and they borrow and keep borrowing. We ended that. No more estate taxes on farms and small businesses. So I hope everyone's appreciative of it. Now, if you don't like your children, it doesn't mean anything. But if you do like to leave them to somebody that you love, then it's a big deal for them. You have other problems, but for them, it's a big deal. And I want to say thanks to these tax cuts. 12 million American small businesses got an average tax cut of over $7,000, and our pass-through deduction alone is delivering an average of $4,600 in savings to 8 million entrepreneurs, and is projected to generate $750 billion in economic growth for the country. So many, it's really amazing. I see it on the television. I don't call this fake news because this is real fake news, but when you look at some of the things that have taken place, we don't get covered correctly. But in terms of the truth, we're having $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $10,000, $11,000 with no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And people are making sometimes 11. I mean, I've seen it just where they're asking people virtually on the street, how's it doing? And everyone's surprised, including me. I didn't know it was going to be as much, but I knew it was going to be a lot. But you have people that make an extra $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 a year between the no tax on tips, no tax on.
Now that's kind of wild in itself. Holy crap, man! Wow.
Overtime is a big one. It's a big one, but the no tax.
I think the whole no tax on overtime is actually brilliant, and I'll tell you why. Because it's like, one, it incentivizes people. Hey, I can work more hours and not have to worry about getting taxed on the overtime that I'm doing. That's pretty effing cool. People need to respect how awesome that is.
And tips was great. I won the. Typically, I don't know why. I can't imagine people voting for the other side with their policies and everything beyond this, long beyond this. But we won Nevada by a lot, and typically Democrats win that state. And no tax on tips. A lot of people getting tips in Nevada, so it had a big impact on people, and much bigger than they thought.
I think they're getting a certain
They're just now starting to realize how big and how really wonderful the great, big, beautiful, I call it the great, big, beautiful bill is, because it should be called the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill and regulation cut bill.
Give it up.
We put everything in 4 years. If we didn't pass another bill, which won't happen because you always want to keep going, but everything was put into this one bill. That's why it's called the great, big, beautiful bill. And one of the things that happened is we were going to do it over 17 different bills. And I said, let's give it a shot. Put everything in one bill, and thank goodness we did it, because the Democrats don't approve anything. They don't approve. You can have the best thing. It can be for security. Look at the security. They want to defund ICE. They want to defund our incredible Border Patrol. They want to, essentially, they want to defund the police, but they don't want to say it. It's crazy what's going on. So we put it all at the beginning. We have a little honeymoon period, a tiny little honeymoon period in this case, so we got it all approved.
Trump daddy.
Late at night it got approved. And this was really done as a 4-year bill, Kelly. You know that very well. You were a big part of it. And we got it done, and everybody was surprised. They thought we had to do it in little tranches. I don't know that we would have gotten the little tranches done. There was so much in here that people had to approve it. And if we would have done it individually, I'm not sure it would have gotten done. Plenty of those individual elements would not have gotten done. And almost as important as the tax cuts, we've slashed a record number of job-crushing regulations. That includes for you, and that includes tremendous numbers of environmental regulations, which stopped your businesses, but they didn't do anything, and they had no impact. If anything, they made the environment worse. But we eliminated 129 old regulations for every new one that was approved. It was supposed to be 1 in 10, and it's turning out to be 120.
Whoa, hold on. Somebody's saying that, let's see if you think he's the man in 3 weeks. Oh, no. Dude, Donald Trump's going to be the man in 3 weeks. He's going to be the man in 4 weeks. He's going to be the man in 5 weeks, bro. 5 weeks. Don't even get me started, bro. Don't you even.
29. So for every regulation, think of that, 129, we lose them, we get rid of them. It was supposed to be 1 in 10. We would have been happy with, we did 1 in 12. We started off 1 in 7 with my last administration. We got it up to about 1 in 12. Now I see we have a 1 in 129. So we're getting rid of 129 nonsense regulations for every new one that we pass. And thanks to these pro-growth policies, our economy is roaring, and factory construction is way up. Consumer confidence is way up. Business investment is more than triple compared to that of just a short time ago. And before I took office, nobody can believe it. And nobody can believe the $18 trillion number that we gave you, because it's a record for any country, not just here. Wow. It's for any country. A lot of that had to do with November 5th, but a lot of it...
Oh, I think he's talking about the most investments that have been done in the U.S., done through other countries to the U.S. I believe that's what he's saying. I might be a little bit wrong on that, but that's completely agree. Completely 100% agree, Mr. Trump.
It had to do with tariffs. We charge tariffs to companies when they come in. A couple of you were just saying to me that you're getting hurt by China and other countries making a product that's not as good, but it's less money because of the fact that there were no guards, no safeties for you, and we've changed a lot of it. Some have said you've absolutely saved our business, but because of the use of tariffs, we have all this money, because if they come in and build a business here, if they build their plant here, there are no tariffs. Jobless claims just hit the lowest level since 1969, and more Americans are working today.
That's actually impressive. That is honestly impressive. Those are impressive numbers. Holy crap, bro.
Today than at any time in the history of our country. So we have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country. That's so beautiful. I mean, what can be better than that? You say, like somebody was saying, oh, will AI take our jobs? Well, we have a lot of AI up. They said it's going to take jobs. I said, well, you're probably right, maybe a little bit, but it's going to create a lot of jobs. And did you know that more people are working in the United States right now than ever before? They said, no, is that true, really?
That's crazy. Give me one moment, though. I'm going to record something, and I'm going to feed it into ChatGPT. Testing, 1, 2, 3, making sure my lips match with my voice. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to see if my lips match with my voice. Testing, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Clap test. All right. Okay, let's keep going.
That's the end of that argument. And a lot of good things are happening. And leading in AI is very important because that's a tremendously big industry. And we want to be able to lead. Primarily it's China, but other countries are very much active in it also. Under the last administration, 1 in 4 new jobs was a government job, but since my inauguration, 100%, think of that, 100% of all new jobs have been in the private sector, 100%. We cut a lot of government jobs.
Well, and that's a good thing overall, ultimately. I mean, look, we've had too many, there doesn't need to be so many public sector jobs. What really matters is the increase in public. Sorry. Let me get my mind straight. Government jobs. I'm okay with a decrease in government jobs. I am not okay with an increase in government jobs and a decrease in the private sector. The problem is the Biden administration cooked the books, allegedly. You want to know why? Because they had added so many federal jobs across the board that it actually kind of cooked the final numbers. We don't want more government jobs. We want more private sector jobs because government is not meant to be a provider of goods. Period. End of story.
And 2 of the 3 new jobs have been in small businesses, but I just want to say, so think of that, 100% of new jobs are in the private sector. Now, to do that, we cut tremendous numbers of governmental jobs, and I feel sorry for everyone, and it's a hard thing to do. Many of those people voted for me, but now they like me because they went out, they got private sector jobs that they like better, and it's paying them sometimes 2 and 3 times more money. So it's worked out the right way, but you have to do that. You can't just give. I mean, we had government jobs where you'd have 10 people doing the job of one person, and
that's wild.
You can't make America great that way. So we did it
That's very true. You have that many people doing the same job. That's crazy, man.
the hard way, but the correct way. And the correct way. Big difference, right, Cal? You see it. It's nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. And it was, especially working here, it's tough because, this is the home of federal jobs. I wouldn't say I got tremendous. I mean, we won the election in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We did all the things that you've heard so many times with counties, which is a big count. That's why you see the map is all red practically. When you look at it, we won 86% of the counties in the country. But here is a little bit different. But now, if you look at those people, some of them have left. And by the way, speaking of that, Washington, D.C., which was very unsafe a year ago, a little more than a year ago, is now one of the safest cities in the United States. So, pretty good.
Hell yeah, dude. That's what Donald Trump did, dude. He made Washington, D.C., of all places, actually a safe place to do things in. How crazy is that, man? How insane is that? It took Donald Trump making an effort to make Washington, D.C. safe. Cray. I'm having ChatGPT determine if I'm on the right path with my sync offset. I'm having to analyze my current sync offset settings. That's why I did a recording. But yeah, no, I love this product. It's amazing.
So we had to cut the jobs because we were way bloated with federal.
If you guys can, though, do not forget to subscribe to the channel. The subscribe button's up in the right-hand corner. So please tap on the subscribe button to help us grow. We're currently sitting pretty at what are we sitting pretty at? 10,434 subscribers. Once again, we're at 10,434 subs. That's where we're at currently. And it's very sexy. Damn, you're very sexy.
Jobs, and I could with one swipe of the pen, I could say, let's have no employment, and I'll hire 1 million people or 2 million people. I say, we just hired 1 million people, and we have absolutely no employment, and that's what they would do. They'd have bad numbers coming.
Yep, Biden would do that. The Biden administration would do that. It's allegedly, it's cooking the books. That's what that is. But Trump is doing this organically. He wants to see the private sector succeed. He wants more jobs in America. He wants to bring jobs back to America. American people wanted this. They wanted to work again. The only people who don't want to work or don't want to make an effort are the lazy left. The lazy left. But thank you guys for tapping the subscribe button. If you guys think that Donald Trump is the man, tap the subscribe button. If you guys think that Iran is losing this war, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Let's go.
Coming up, so they'd hire a couple of 100,000 people, and the numbers would look okay. With me, it's the exact opposite. We terminate a lot of federal jobs that are unnecessary, and they don't like me for doing it, but a year later, they like me because they end up having a much better job, oftentimes in a place where they'd much rather live. They go to the place that they want to go. They're not stuck in Washington or someplace else, and they do much better. And in the end, I've had a lot of people come up, they say, I was so angry at you, but now I'm making sometimes 2 or 3 times the money in a job that I really like. So you got to do what you have to do. You have to, politically, I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. I think it's probably bad, maybe politically, but in the meantime, I'm in the White House, so maybe it's good. A lot of times.
Oh, it looks like my sync offset was off a little bit. All right, testing. One more test to see if the audio off sync is right. So we're just doing a test. I want to see if my lips are matching the sound that is coming out of my mouth on video. So is the video and the audio syncing up properly? Let's take a look. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, blah 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 blah. Here we go again. I don't know what I'm doing today.
As you probably heard, the fake news media treats me very, very badly. 93% of the stories I get are bad. And
Vacation Time says, "Whoa, the new webcam is much better." Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, dude. The new webcam is extraordinary. I'm loving every bit of it. It's amazing. Amazing. No, I'm loving it, though, man. Unbelievable.
And yet I won in a landslide. How do you win all 7 swing states when you get only bad press? It's fake press. They give me fake polls. They tell me about polls and this. You know, it's interesting. I did a poll on the war with Iran, and they said only 32% of the people like it. Well, I don't like it, and I don't like war.
And that's the thing, man. Trump's the man. I just want to say that real quick.
War at all, but we're equipped better than it. We have the greatest military in the world. You saw what happened with Venezuela. You see what happens with everything. But they said 32% of the people are against President Trump. Well, when you explain it, like, is it okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
No, absolutely not. 100% no. 100% no, dude. So, no, that's why Trump's on the right path every single time. Crazy. Give me a moment. I'm doing some research, you guys. Hold on.
It wouldn't be 32%. But even if you said that, there'd be a 32% because the polls are fake. I mean, they're totally fake. And when you take a look at what's really going on, the other day I made a speech in a great Florida senior citizens community, and I made another one at the Kravis Center, 2 in one day. It was wonderful. I go out and make a speech. Then I say, all right, let's go home. Sir, you're making another speech, and this one's in front of the richest people in the world. I went from an unbelievable group of seniors. Now, of course, I'm not a senior. I'm far younger than a senior. It's true. I feel the same as I felt 50 years ago. I don't know. There'll be a period of time when I don't tell you that. There'll be, because I'm honest, I'll say, it's not looking good. I have to be careful. If I said, as an example, I'm not feeling well, they put on, Donald Trump is not feeling well, because they won't know that I'm using that as just a reference point, and they'll say, listen to this. I'll say, I'm not feeling well. Well, someday.
Dude, Trump's the man.
I might say that to you, and you'll be the first to know. Actually, I won't have to say it because you'll be able to see it, just like you did in the last administration.
With Joe Biden, dude, yeah, exactly. We all knew. We could all tell that Sleepy Joe was not fit to be president. It was pretty obvious. His cognitive decline was real.
You know, one of the things I said is that we should have, in my opinion, anybody running for president or vice president should take a cognitive test. And no president has ever taken one except me. I've taken 3 of them.
That's crazy. So Joe Biden, you're telling me that Joe Biden never had to take a cognitive test, but President Trump had to take one. Blowing my mind. That blows my mind. Biden should have had to take a cognitive test every day, in my opinion. He should have. Unbelievable. And Biden was the most incompetent president we've ever had. Biden was one of the most incompetent presidents we have ever had.
And I've aced each one. 1 in the first administration, 2 over here. And whenever they get a little sassy, like, does he still have it? Does he still have what it takes? I say, all right, I'll take another one. And they are hard. There are many people in this room I know that are smart. They're not going to ace them. There are many people standing back there, the fake news media.
Donald Trump, I think, is kind of a savant. Not just kind of. I think the guy's a complete savant. I think that he's just one of those guys that has an innate ability to notice patterns, and I do think he's playing 4D chess. But
I'd like to have them, you know, the first question is very easy, and they always show the first question is, you have a lion, a bear, an alligator, and what's another good? A squirrel, okay? Which is the squirrel? So they show that question, and then the first 4 or 5 questions they get a little more difficult. By the time you get to the middle, they're tough. By the time you get to the end, I don't want to be insulting, but there won't be. I'm not going to do what Gavin Newsom said. You saw him? He said, everybody in here is stupid, and he's stupid. I think it was the worst political interview I've ever seen.
Well, that's the problem with Gavin Newsom, man. If he ends up being, if people vote for him as the primary candidate for the Democrats, we will know that Gavin Newsom will lose. He should lose. Gavin Newsom is so incompetent, it's insane. And look what he did to California. All you have to do is send Nick Shirley to California, and you'll be able to see how poorly run California is under the governorship of Gavin Newsom, allegedly. It's just terrible, man. Okay, perfect. Yep, everything's looking really good. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
said he's stupid, he's dumb, he gets bad marks on everything, he can't read a speech, and nobody wants to report that. It was the worst. But I won't say that because I think everyone in this room is brilliant, but nobody's going to get all 30 questions correct. Nobody. Because when you get to those last questions, they're pretty hard. You got to be pretty sharp. But every time, so I've taken 3. No president, think of this, has ever taken 1. How do you think Biden would have done? I don't think.
Oh, I would have loved to see some Joe Biden take a cognitive test, man. That would be amazing. And he should have. He looked like he couldn't think for the life of him, man.
He might not have gotten that first question right. Anyway, and Obama would have done poorly. They would have done very poorly. But I think you should have it. As soon as they said that, they say it's unconstitutional. And I said, why? They say it's unconstitutional to give a cognitive test like that. But, Rick, I do it anytime they start getting a little sassy. And you know, it quiets them down for almost a year when they hear the result. One doctor said, it's the first time I've ever seen anyone get all questions right. That's a doctor.
Wait a minute. Donald Trump got all the questions right on the cognitive test? Okay, that's pretty wild.
Who does this stuff for a living? And I did it 3 times. So, I don't know. I think I'm done with those days. I'm tired of taking that test. You know, you sit before a group of doctors.
I'm telling you guys, dude, Trump is a savant. He's a savant. He just is. He has no filter. I argue that Trump is autistic, and a brilliant autistic man at that. Donald Trump's like the Rain Man, bro. The dude's got it. Oh.
And they ask you questions. I said to Ronnie Jackson, he was original, right? First time. I said, so what do you think, Ronnie? They call me a genius who's going to destroy the country. Then they said, he's a genius who's taken over the entire world. Then they said, he's a total moron. This guy is so stupid. And then, so whenever I hear that one, I say, let's take the cognitive test. But I really think it would be a great thing if you could do that. They say it's not constitutional, but I think it would be good. And I can tell you, a lot of the people that run these small businesses, you could take the cognitive test and you could do a lot better than some of the people that we talk about. But I really believe it. I think it's so important for our country. We have to make sure we have the right people leading this country.
Yep.
Like, we have a war right now, and we're into, 6 weeks? They said, what's taking so long? We were in Vietnam 19 years. We're in Iraq for many years, 10 years, 12 years. We were in all these different wars. Korea, 7 years. I won't even mention World War II.
My man's got a point. My man has a point.
That's a big baby. But you had the wrong person up here, you'll be in World War III. As sure as you're sitting there, you have the wrong person up there. It's nasty and tricky. It's tricky out there. We have to have the right people, and they have to be sharp and they have to be smart. Because one thing about your business is small businesses are great, but if you don't have the platform, meaning the country, meaning the right principles, the right everything, our country's booming now, despite the fact that we're in I call it a mini war, because that's all they are.
I wouldn't say, mini war? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we're in a mini war? Honestly, with how quick the U.S. military was able to take out everything that Iran had for as far as military goes, that was pretty wild in itself. So we got to give Trump his dues. We got to give Trump his flowers, man. Trump deserves his flowers, bro. Gift yum yum. Gift yum yum. Hey, thank you, Gus. Crazios1143. Thank you for the gold coin for 10 jewels. I appreciate you, my brony bro. Gift yum yum. Gift yum yum. Oh, we got Yay Area in the house. Hold on. We got Yay Area 7 saying, what's up, my man Garza? Wash out that. There's no need to wash it out, bro, because there ain't no piss. All right. TJ is saying up to 20 baby chickens now. Hell yeah. Good job, Mr. TJ. I love you, bro. What a beast. And let's see, man. This is wild. But, yeah, TJ in the house, bro. 20 baby chickens, bro. Hell yeah.
They don't have a Navy anymore. Think of it. They had 159 ships. How many do they have left, Kelly? Out of 159, take a guess. She's very smart. 0. 159 ships. In the first 2 weeks, 159 ships. I actually got very upset. I said, how quality were the ships? They were very good. I said, why didn't you just take the ship? Why do you have to send it to the bottom of the sea? We could have had, and let's say out of the 159, we could have taken 59. We would have had 59. But they'd rather blow them up than save them. I would have preferred saving them, but these are minor details. But one of the small business owners who can tell us firsthand how our tax cuts are boosting revenue is someone you may have heard, and I made mention of the fact he has been with me. I don't know, maybe he doesn't like me, or maybe he loves me. I think I'd rather be liked than loved by him, although he is a very handsome man, I would say. But he's somebody that we all...
Trump is just giving it, man. He's saying the handsome man. Handsome, sexy man, dude. I love it.
Well, no, and I think he's a fantastic guy, and he's been to so many rallies, so many speeches, and I love being able to introduce him because he's a champion, he's a winner. You know, to go on television and to make it, he made it big, but to go on television, I don't know if you know this, Rick, 5% of the shows make it, 2% of the shows make it pretty good, 1% of the shows make it. So it's very risky to do a television show because...
Oh, DJ, I know, dude. Donald Trump has the best comedic timing out of anybody I've ever seen.
And I did The Apprentice, and that was one of the great hits of a long time. But you did your show, and I've just always admired. I admire people that will go against the odds. And when you do a television show, you're going, because very, very few of them make it, and you made it big. So I'd like to have Rick Harrison come up. It's a gold and silver pawn shop in Las Vegas, and you know his show very well. And say a few words, Rick. Come on up. You're looking good. Thank you, Rick. Come on up.
All right. You know, usually I announce them at rallies, and they give you 3 minutes notice, and I can't come up with a speech, and they've literally just told me a couple hours ago to take a little speaking. I just want to say he's amazing. He's done so much. I mean, so much for all of us. I mean, the backbone of this country is small business, plain and simple. And the last guy in office, all we heard was that we were the evil people, we were the bad people, everything else.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You know, the Democrats are not, I love how some people, like my dad always says, that basically Democrats care about the little guy, Democrats care about small business. No, they don't. If Democrats cared about small business, they would stop putting up all these stupid regulations. The only people who can keep up with half of these taxations and half of these taxations and regulations. The only companies that can keep up with that are like Walmart and Fred Meyer and all these big-ass companies, right? Mom and pop stores are not going to be able to compete. And they can't compete. There's no way. How can you compete with Walmart when you're getting taxed up the butt and you can't pay your employees as much as you'd like? Or you have to hike up the price of the items in your store and they're higher than Walmart's prices. That's a big deal. Insane.
Like that, we don't pay our fair share, whatever that's supposed to be. And he made it tough. And this guy, the big beautiful bill, absolutely amazing. You know what I mean? God bless you for letting me get 100% depreciation. It really helps out. All I can say is this is literally, I mean, I'm a history buff and I know a lot about this White House thing and everything. Literally, he's going to go down as maybe the best president ever. I love it.
He should. Donald Trump will. And here's the problem. The unhinged Democrats can't see it now because they're unhinged. History is going to look at the unhinged Democrats that kept trying to kill Trump as the villains, and they're going to look at Trump as the good guy. Trump looks like the good guy here. Not only looks, he is the good guy. It's not a matter of even optics. He just is the good guy. The left that keeps trying to do terrible things and encourage terrible things, they're going to look like the terrible people. The irony is the left has become, I'm going to say allegedly, the left has allegedly become the Nazis that they claim to be fighting against. Unfortunately.
Love this guy.
Wow. Wow. I'm glad we didn't tell you because actually that was much better than when you're fully prepared. When he comes up fully prepared. No, that was great. Thank you very much. And very special guy. Thank you. Very nice. One of the strongest, and by the way, right behind me, see this? You call it a room. This is the biggest room in the White House. It's not big enough to have anything. We had the king here. We had like 102 people, and we could have had 2,000 people, literally. But this is, I call it a knockout panel. See, some people would say, oh, that's a curtain. Underneath that curtain is a window. Outside of that window is the new ballroom. So I said, I'll get out of here, and I'll let you guys, if you want to see a beautiful structure going up, complex, safe, things that could never happen like happened a week ago. That was a pretty bad situation. You can't have 1,000 units over the ballroom with an entrance right next to where you are for a lot of reasons. So if you want, we're going to open that up. I think later on you'll open it up, let the people take a look, and it would be pretty good. Not as exciting as looking at oil wells like Chris gets to do all day long, right? And speaking of that, we're doing well in Venezuela, right? It's working good?
Yes, we are, Mr. President.
Yeah, that was good. That war took us approximately 48 minutes. And actually, and we have a great relationship. And you know what? I heard the other day that the people of Venezuela are really happy. They're seeing things happen that they haven't seen in 20 years. They're working, and there's a spirit in Venezuela that they haven't had in many, many years. And the big companies are coming in now, and they're building these giant rigs because there's a lot of oil in Venezuela, a lot of other things too, and a lot of great people. And we have people in charge that are doing a fantastic job, and they're working with you, and you are doing a fantastic job. So thank you very much, Rick. Good job. Proud of you.
Yeah, dude.
People of Venezuela
The Pawn Stars guy, man. Kicking butt.
are very thankful for your proud and bold leadership to change the trajectory
Come here.
of their lives.
This was so good, I said, you better come up.
No, I want to say, as you engage with the people of Venezuela and the businesses, I will tell you that President Trump is incredibly popular with the people of Venezuela. It's a nation of 30 million people going the wrong way for 25 years.
Yeah, and then Trump basically saved them from Maduro. The Maduro regime was garbage. Pretty clear. Garbage, people. Garbage. Yeah. But yeah, no, Trump's the man, dude. Trump knows what he's doing. Trump's got this thing in the bag, bro. If you guys think that, by the way, if you guys think that President Trump is the greatest president of all time, make sure that you not double tap the screen, but tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Once again, if you guys think that Trump is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, make sure that you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
Years and a bold leadership of this president changed the trajectory of that country, changing the futures of all those people, wanting millions of Venezuelans abroad to go back to that country. American businesses are stampeding in to invest in that country. 25 years trying everything going the wrong way. His bold leadership and creative thinking changed the game. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Donald Trump, man. Donald Trump's the man. Hey, we're at 10,436 subs. Once again, we're at 10,436 subscribers. We're trying to get to 10,500 by the end of the night. So if you guys can, don't forget to tap the subscribe button. We're growing on YouTube at a rapid rate, but more subscribers we get, the better. Also, you won't miss out on any future episodes, which is good. So we want to keep you guys apprised. We want to make sure that you guys are able to view the show at most times, man. It matters to me. It matters.
Wow, thank you. That's good. We have a great relationship. We have hundreds of millions of barrels of oil coming out of Venezuela, going to Houston and different places to have it refined, and we're sort of it's almost really a partnership. The man you just heard speaking, Chris, has been he wasn't my choice. I had somebody else for Department of Energy, a fantastic man, Doug Burgum. And I said, I want you to head up energy. He says, no, there's one person better than me, is better than anybody. I said, who the hell is that? Chris Wright? I said, who's Chris Wright? Tell me. And he's like the #1 guy in the whole world at this subject. And I said, well, let's talk to him. I don't know. He probably makes a lot of money if he's doing that. And he was. He's taken one of the largest salary cuts in history, I'll tell you, without question. But he's done a fantastic job.
TJ says, I can't subscribe hard enough for that.
These are the people we have. We have great people. And Doug is great. He was the governor of North Dakota. He ran an incredible state. He was very successful in business. He started with a small business. He sold it for $1 billion to Microsoft. And he wanted to do what Trump did. He said, I want to be a business guy, and now I want to run. I made a lot of money. I want to run. So Doug Burgum ran, and he became a great governor for 8 years. He was term limited. And I saw him at a session, a speaking session, and sort of a debating session. I thought he was great. And I said, if I win, I'm going to get that guy in. And he's now heading up, he's now the largest landlord in the world, I guess you could say, right? Department of Interior. And he's been fantastic. But he wanted Chris to be energy. So he's got all the power of the energy, but he doesn't have the land. Doug has none of the power of him, but he has the land. So I merged them. It's a friendly merger. We don't have any papers. They just get along together, right? And I think today we've announced we're drilling more oil by far than we ever have in the history of our country. More oil.
Drill, baby, drill, dude. Drill, baby, drill. Hell yeah. I freaking love it, bro. Drill, baby, drill.
Gas by far. And this was just said, but this took place almost from the beginning, right? We got it started very, very early. So you're doing a great job. Doug was right. And we're also very happy with Doug because he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it. So one of the strongest effects of our tax.
That's the one thing, man. Trump knows how to control a room. That's the one thing I will say about Donald Trump that I've always appreciated is his ability to control a room is quite frankly, second to none. Second to none, bro. It's quite astounding.
Cuts and tariffs is the Trump manufacturing boom is what they're calling it, because that's what we have. We have never had anything like what's happening now. And when I talk about, again, the $18 trillion, that's coming in and building places. And as we speak, American companies are ordering core capital goods for factory construction and operation expansion. And you saw the construction numbers. Now, the plants will be opening over the next period of time, pretty soon. But, you know, we just got started. And these plants are going to be opening. Right now, the big numbers, the construction jobs in the country are going through the roof. And ultimately, when the plants open, then you're going to have manufacturing jobs, because right now the plants, many of them haven't opened, but they're under construction. When you see the final numbers, you're not going to even believe what you are seeing, because there's never been any construction boom of factories like we have right now. We lost our car industry. We lost 54% of our car industry to Canada, Mexico.
Okay, that's pretty wild, actually. We lost that much of our car industry to them? Damn, bro. Damn.
Germany, Japan.
Freaking crazy, man.
South Korea,
crazy.
Other countries. 54% over the years, over a period of probably 30, 35 years. And they're all coming back. They're all coming back. And they're coming back at levels that has never been seen before. It's pretty amazing. Well, you see, you'll see it. It can't be disguised by our friends that would, I guess, I don't know. I see so many of them smiling and having a good time that I actually think they probably.
Yay, Area 7 says me and Garza are friends. No, I was going to say. Yay, Area. You delete your. Oh, man. Everybody's talking about Grindr on my chat, dude. Why is everybody talking about Grindr? You guys are obsessed with Grindr on this chat, man. What's going on here? What are you doing here?
They like us. I think their bosses say, treat Trump as badly as you possibly can. But they had so many good faces, and so many, they are a lot of professionals there. But it's the highest rate in over 4 decades. And under 4 years of the Biden administration, real wages for manufacturing workers fell. It fell $840. Under 1 year.
Really? Holy crap.
Of Trump, wages for factory workers, manufacturing factory workers, increased by $2,500. So think of that. Under Biden, it fell $840, and under Trump, it went up $2,500. That's quite a difference. And as I said,
that is quite a difference, man. That is quite a difference.
You haven't seen the real effect, because these factories are being built right now. When they open, you're going to see numbers that are much greater than that. And a lot of these government workers, good people, and, you know, I don't blame them for liking what they had, but they're going to all be in this system, and they're going to be making double and triple what they were making in government. We have a country again, because you can't have a country that works where you have literally 10 people to do one job. You can't have it. You can't have it.
And this is why I don't trust giving my money to the government. I still pay my taxes, obviously, but I pay them out of reluctance, because I know that the government is going to use those tax dollars to go to bullshit. Because the problem is, government is an inefficient entity, right? Government is an inefficient entity that is status quo, that doesn't really do anything. It doesn't make anything. All I know is that we're taxed. We're taxed a little too much, if you want to be honest. And I love what Trump has done. I love what Trump is doing, man. He's getting rid of a lot of stupid federal agencies. He's getting rid of a lot of stupid regulations. He is the small business president. He is the most small business friendly president I have ever seen. Seriously, he is the ideal small business president. He has helped more small businesses than anybody. So I'm proud of President Trump for what he's been able to accomplish, and I love what he's doing, man.
A great country. Earlier this year, I visited Costa Steel in Rome, Georgia, before I took office. China and other countries were taking more of our industry all the time, just more and more. And Costa was hit very hard. Their core business dropped from 2 shifts to 6 days a week. And the 2 shifts were during my administration, by the way. But now it's down to and then ultimately is down to 1 shift operating 3 days, and it was going down to 1 day, and they expected to go out of business. There was no stopping it. And now, thanks to the tax cuts and the steel tariffs that I put on, Costa is thriving like never before. I just heard from them, and they're at now full shifts, 2 full shifts, 6 days a week, and they may go to a 3rd shift round the clock. Think of that.
Wow.
Round the clock. They've never.
It's efficiency. This is why I trust the private sector more than this is why I trust the private sector more than the public. I don't trust the government. Period. End of story. I believe that every time we pay taxes, period. End of story. You know it.
I had that before, and they've have a backlog of 7 months long of things that they're building, steel products, great. And they said, I was with the gentleman that owns the company. He thought he was going out of business, and now he said, now I have a great business in just a period of literally a year and a half. It's we thought we couldn't stop it. And he said, all of my friends up and down the line, they have different businesses, factories, big businesses, but they all thought they were going out of business, and now they're all doing better than they've ever done before. And they've gone from employing, in this case, Costa, 50 people to 125 people, and the 50 people is going down to about 14 or 15, and now they're at 125, and they're looking for additional people to work. And I want to thank their president, Andrew Seville, who I think maybe is here. Andrew, are you here someplace? Where are you, Andrew? Wow. You want to say something? Come on up here. He really understood what was happening, and I think it would be nice. You weren't supposed to speak, so I hope you're not nervous. Come here.
Well, no, you make it easy.
Thank you very much.
The most thing that took us right to the top was your tariffs. I think everybody in here that runs a small business, the tariffs had an effect on you one way or another, and that has just taken us, all the jobs that were going to China, you brought them back, and it really took us to the next level.
And I really don't think the tariffs were that bad. I really don't. And he's right. A lot of the jobs were going to China. A lot of them were. Without a doubt. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Come on, bro. You know it. 100. No, tariffs are a good thing, man. I'm a huge fan of tariffs overall. I think that tariffs are not as bad as everybody thinks they are, and I think so many people are freaking out, much ado about nothing, half the time when it came to tariffs. I thought it was so ridiculous.
And we were honored to have you come down to our company, so thank you for having me back here. I wasn't prepared to speak, so I'm going to get off the stage. Thank you, Mr. President.
You guys do better with no speech. You do better when you don't know you speak. No, you know what? It's a little truth to that, Rick. Sometimes you don't think you can introduce somebody, they're in the audience, but they don't know, and they end up doing better because they speak from the heart. They have no choice. They can't think about all night long. What am I going to?
Yeah, it's good because, if you speak from the heart, you usually get the truth out, So I think it's a good thing when people... that's one of the reasons why I love ad-libbing this show. I usually just speak from the heart, and I give my raw opinions on the things that I react to. I give my honest takes, true takes. Takes that, I pretty much live by and believe and all that stuff. Tariffs were necessary with some countries, not all. No, Trump's the man, dude. Trump's the man.
To say, and then you get up and you bore the place. No, it's very good. You speak from the heart, and that's true. Tariffs were a very big part. We had another.
All right, if you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Also, double tap your screen if you're liking the stream. If you guys are enjoying the stream, double tap your screen to like the stream. Thank you so much. And also, consider subscribing to the channel.
An unfortunate ruling out of the Supreme Court, but the good news is I'm able to do it a different way. They said use the other way. There was no reason for that. It was terrible, actually terrible, but it'll have no impact other than I hate to pay people back tariffs, $159 billion. I have to pay them back when a little half sentence, any money taken in to this point does not have to be paid back. We would have saved $159 billion, and I cannot figure it out. How could anybody do that? But they did it. We have other ways of tariffing. As you know, we're already doing it. And actually, they're more tested, they're stronger, a little bit more complex. I like to keep it as simple as possible. And in many ways, they'll be better. It'll be better. I just want you not to think that because of that decision, we don't do, the tariffs will actually be higher. It's turning out they're going to end up being higher. But it's made our country rich, really rich. And it's like Andrew said, I mean, without them, there would be nothing we could do to save your country, nothing. It's the greatest word. Remember, I used to say it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff. And then the fake news got on me. They said, well, what about God? What about your wife? What about your family? What about... So they were just killing me because I said it's my favorite word. I said, all right, it's my fifth favorite word. So it's my fifth favorite word. But because of tariffs and, the proper use of tariffs.
No, tariffs are great, man. I don't see why. I don't see what the hubbub is. So many people freaking out about the use of tariffs. But anyway, double tap the screen to like the stream if you guys can. Once again, double tap your screen to like the stream. Double tap it. Tap it or fap it.
You have to use them in a certain way. But, we've been ripped off in this. I've been talking about it for years. We've been ripped off in this country for decades. We lost our car industry. Think of it. There's a person here making utensils, beautiful forks and knives and things. Where is that person? Who's around here? So, and he was telling me, he said, China's coming in and they're ripping us. And we have a tariff. It's 25%, but it's not enough because, they have certain advantages that you're not going to have. But the advantage you have is you have a higher quality product. And I'm going to be able to take care of that very easily, just by putting it up. You'll be treated fairly. It's just.
If you guys agree with what Donald Trump is doing and you guys think that Donald Trump is the man, double tap your screen to like the stream. If you guys are tired of the woke left, double tap your screen to like the stream. We're a smaller channel. We're trying to get to 100 likes, but also consider subscribing to the channel as well. More subscribers, the better.
It's really tough, and it's amazing you've done as well as you've done, but you did that because of the quality of your product. We have such quality. North Carolina, if you take a look, I'm going to put tremendous tariffs on. That process has already started. It takes me longer now because of the Supreme Court decision. I have to go through a process. It's ridiculous, but we don't like it. We like to do what's right and get it done instead of having to do a report which is going to come out and say the exact same thing that everyone knows. But you can tell the people in North Carolina that, we used to have a great furniture business. I built a lot of hotels and a lot of different buildings where I need furniture. I would go to North Carolina. These were great artists. And China essentially put them out of business because we didn't have a president that was willing to do it. It happened before my term. They've been out of business for a long time. I used to go down there and see these people. They were artists with wood. I'd say, I'd like to make the handle a little bit slimmer. Ding, 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 ding. It was like magic. And we lost that whole thing.
Trump is the funniest president of all time, you guys. He is legitimately the funniest president of all time. He's so good. So good. Trump is the go, bro.
It's coming back because we're putting tariffs on furniture where you'll be able to more than compete. We have to protect our businesses. Same thing with you in the utensil business. Your stuff is so beautiful, but it's very tough when you're competing against something that is cheap, and because of the lack of protection that you've been given, it just puts you out of business. So you actually said thank you for the tariffs, but the tariffs really aren't high enough, in my opinion, in that particular thing. But with the furniture, we're going to bring all the furniture back to North Carolina, and you're going to see it'll be as robust as it was 25, 30 years ago. The greatest furniture people in the world, and they got stolen. They really didn't take them. They found people in China that could do it, and all those people got put out of jobs, and they're
Yeah, and that's what happens. And this is why the tariffs are actually a good thing. It forces more people to buy American products, which is good. Because if you buy a product that is being shipped from like China or whatever country, it's going to cost more because of the tariffs. And it's a proper strategy by Trump. He's trying to bring jobs back into the U.S. So if you force manufacturing back into the U.S., you can sell products in the U.S. You could be a foreign country, just make some plants here in the U.S. Get us a few jobs, No, I love what Trump is saying. Look, tariffs are brilliant, man. It's kind of like you are killing two birds with one stone. Because not only are you making it to where the U.S. gets a little bit of extra money for the tariffs, you're also forcing businesses to not rely on China or other countries and focus on America first overall.
Their kids have that same ability, and you watch what happens, how good it is in North Carolina, because I've had to go through a process to get that approved, but now it's approved, and you're going to be, again, the furniture capital of the world, because nobody can do that quality, and I know the quality. I buy a lot of things from China, and because I was forced to. When I was in the hotel business, I was forced to buy from China because of pricing, and because of for other reasons. What I wasn't getting was the kind of quality that we were getting here, and now you'll have a combination.
That's the thing, man. American made. American made matters, right?
Of both, so you can let that be known. I don't know if that's breaking news or not for these people, but to me it's very important. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, and now we have it pretty well ready. And we love North Carolina. My administration's also committed to ensuring that American small businesses have access to the credit and capital that they need under Administrator Loeffler, who's phenomenal. She is phenomenal. And she's got a great husband, Jeff, and he's a friend of mine, and he's a very successful man, and he's a great man, and he's got a great wife, and I was so happy getting her in this position. She replaced a woman who is a very legendary woman, Linda McMahon, who's now in education. She's doing a great job. She's moving education back to the States where it belongs, and Kelly is doing great. But last year, Kelly, our Small Business Administration issued $7 billion in loans to 11,000 new startups, as well as $1.3 billion in loans to 3,000 veteran-owned small businesses, and $3.2 billion. They're a big business, That's why I say, how can we call it small business? 3.2.
The goal for these businesses is to become bigger businesses, That matters quite a bit. Yeah. That's one of the big things. We'll love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Keep going.
$1 billion to American manufacturers, helping restore those beautiful words, made in the USA, where we're using them more and more. We have things being made here
Amazing.
that nobody thought it was even possible for it to come back. Like you'll see in North Carolina with the furniture. It'll come back very, very rapidly. So, Kelly, I'd like to ask you to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, you are the most pro-growth, pro-small business president in American history.
I said that earlier. I said that he's a small business president. He's the number one. Like, Democrats are not good for business. Democrats don't give a hoot, in my opinion, about small businesses. I just don't think they do. If you guys can, though, don't forget to like and subscribe. Once again, do not forget to like and subscribe to the channel. The more likes we get, the better. The more subscribes we get, the better. So please, it helps the channel grow if you like and subscribe. So please do that. You guys are amazing.
Thank you. It's such an honor to join you here at the White House to recognize National Small Business Week.
As president, he has been so kind to small businesses. The tariffs allowed them to not have to compete with China. A lot of these small businesses allowed them to hire more workers. Perfect. Amazing. No, the tariffs are a good thing, man, because we were becoming so reliant on China that the best thing we could do is just tariff China and make it to where if you want to succeed, build in America, sell American, you know? I know this has been good. We're getting more jobs back onto the market. Like, Trump in 1 year has done far more than Joe Biden and Obama did in their terms combined, and it's been a positive thing. What Trump is doing is completely positive, whether you guys want to admit it or not, you know. But what Trump is doing is extremely positive, and no, he's making this a better place. Quite the opposite. Small businesses were being killed without the tariffs because big businesses were manufacturing more in China. Smaller businesses kind of had that opportunity, but not as much. If you want small businesses to succeed, I think tariffs on other countries are perfect. I mean, we already have tariffs. All Trump did was he increased the tariff rate. That's all he did. He didn't do anything crazy. Like, tariffs are not bad. I know you guys want to believe that tariffs are bad, but they're not. But yeah, if you guys can, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Once again, don't forget to like and subscribe if you can.
And you're the greatest commander-in-chief ever.
Straight up, dude. I glaze to that, dude. I'm glazing to that. Trump is the GOAT. If you guys think that Trump is the GOAT, please like and subscribe. If you guys think he's the greatest president ever, please like and subscribe. We love Trump on this channel. We're pro-MAGA. We're pro-Trump. We're pro all of it, dude. Trump's the man, dude. Trump is the man.
But also one of America's greatest businessmen, and small businesses know that. They see that this administration is shifting power and capital from fraudsters and Washington bureaucrats back to Main Street job creators, just like we have gathered in this room today. Fair trade, deregulation, and the working family tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill. They are powering real opportunity that I see all over as I travel this country, especially after 4 crushing years of Bidenomics and decades of shipping our jobs and our industries overseas, hollowing out our local communities. That is ending. As I travel the country each week, and Mr. President, I've traveled with you from Iowa's Machine Shed restaurant to Georgia's Coosa Steel factory. America First policies are restoring the American dream on Main Street to new heights. At generational businesses like Jimmy's Famous Seafood, at industrial innovators like Prince Manufacturing in Georgia and Blue Patriot in Nebraska, who are building big, beautiful new buildings thanks to the working family tax cuts. Today, 98% of U.S.
And the thing is, I really think that there should not be that many taxes on businesses, period. Small or big. I think if you're creating a business, you're creating a service. And when you're creating a service of some kind, whether it's through products or just general services, you should be rewarded by not having to pay taxes as a company. Companies should not have to pay taxes, period. Because when a company doesn't have to pay tax, they can hire more people. They can create more things, you know.
Manufacturers are small businesses. They're a critical part of securing our supply chains, and while they contribute to national strength across all kinds of industries, from energy to agriculture to defense and aerospace, America's big manufacturers rely on these producers and their skilled workers. And that's why President Trump's economic agenda means Made in America is coming back, and it's coming back fast. Now, at the Trump SBA, we're helping to fuel that growth. As the most free enterprise agency in the federal government, in 2025 alone, we guaranteed a record $45 billion in lending to 85,000 small businesses through local banks. That's an all-time record at the SBA, and we did it with 53% fewer staff at the agency.
Hell yeah.
That capital is driving the job creation that you see. Record small business formation. This year, record small business formation and growth in communities all across America. It's such an honor to highlight the award winners that are here today and the vital role of hardworking small businesses that do their jobs every single day. They are America's backbone. From our farms and restaurants to our construction companies and our manufacturers and our trucking companies. Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing that small business is big business.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing. Trump wants to see these businesses succeed because every business starts out pretty small. No business just starts out off the gate big, right? Anytime you're developing a business, you have a starting point. It's usually pretty small. Now you have a big vision. And you work towards that vision, right? That matters. Cool. But Trump's the man. Trump understands that small businesses are important and they could grow to even bigger businesses. So I'm a firm Trump supporter. I'm going to continue to support Trump. Look, if you guys love Trump, if you guys love MAGA, please like and subscribe. If you guys are tired of the left woke agenda, if you guys are just done with woke, please like and subscribe. Let's keep going.
50 years ago, our founding fathers were also entrepreneurs, small businessmen. With the America First agenda, that legacy continues. America is open for business again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Business.
That's a great job. I just want to sort of end by, I'll give you a little common sense business. So a lot of you run your business for a couple of reasons: talent, brilliance in many cases, but also common sense. And I'll give you just one little anecdote. We have a beautiful, potentially beautiful, built in 1922, it's a long time ago, reflecting pond in between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. It's 2,500 feet long. That's taller than, I think, any building in the world. That would be if you lay it sideways. It's 2 Empire State Buildings, more than that. And very wide, 167 feet. And for years, they've wanted to fix it, rebuild it. It's granite. The stone is good. Granite's great. But it was leaking because it's little pieces of granite. Very, very expensive when they did it. But it always leaked from the day they built it. In think of that, 1922, and it leaked badly. And they've looked at fixing it for decades, really fixing it. And it wasn't working. It was too expensive. And the final price.
Laugh out loud.
Trump is a complete failure.
No, I don't believe that, man. I don't believe that. Not in the slightest, Brony. No, dude. You guys know that Trump's the GOAT, right? Come on, man. Come on, dude. But I appreciate Dark City 2004. I do appreciate the super chat. I think that Trump's a complete success. Do you guys agree with Dark City? Do you guys believe that Trump is a complete failure? Do you? Now, if you guys agree with Dark City, I'm sorry. But if you agree with Daddy that Trump is the best, if you guys agree that Trump is the best, then you agree with me. If you agree with me, like and subscribe to the channel.
Recently was to fix it as $350 million because they were going to take the granite out and they were going to replace it with new granite, new stone, tighter joints, all that. It was going to take 3.5 years. And I heard about it and I called Doug Burgum and I said, Doug, what do you think? I built a lot of swimming pools, hundreds of swimming pools in different jobs. I said, let me look at that surface. So it's granite. So granite is virtually indestructible, but it was filthy dirty. It started because I called because it was so dirty. It was disgusting. People called me and they'd say, it's a shame. I'm looking at the Washington Monument and this thing is terrible. The water is dirty. There's cartons of stuff in it and everything is just so horrible. And I said, wow, that's terrible. We can't have that. And I actually had Secret Service. I said, drive over there. I want to see it. Sir, we won't be able to. I said, just do it. And when it was terrible, I looked at it, terrible. So think of that. So it's going to cost $350 million. Because we're going to take the granite out, put new granite, and consider it like as tall as the tallest building in the world, if not taller, and laying on its side. And I said, wow, that's terrible. $350 million. It's going to take 3.5 years. 3.5 years it'll be, and 3.5 years means 5 years. $350 million means $500 million to fix a thing. And I said, I built all these swimming pools, and they're phenomenal. They're 20 years. I have one up the road where it's a great club on the Potomac River, and I bought it, I'll bet 21 years ago, and I built a beautiful Olympic-sized pool. And I asked the other day, I said, how good is the pool? Oh, it's beautiful, sir. I looked at it. It looks like it's brand new. It was done 20 years ago. So I have some very good contractors, some good, one or two in particular. And I sent the three best. I said, do me a favor, fellas. Go take a look at the reflecting pool that sits in between Lincoln and Washington, the beautiful, what should be beautiful reflecting pool. And one of them who came back, who's really, I would say, the best, but they're all good. He came back, he said, what an exciting job, sir. I said, so how long would it take you to redo it? He said, well, we have to fix the surface a little bit, create something good and solid underneath. That'll take about a week. And let's say it'll take me to put the new material. Now, the swimming pool is good, but he said, sir, I'd get commercial grade. What is that? He said, that's much stronger, much heavier, meant for commercial. It actually looks better. It's more expensive, sir. I said, that's okay. I said, how much will it cost? I think we can do it for about $1.9 million. So
yeah, dude,
he said, what color would you like, sir? And I said, well, that beautiful color that we have in Florida. He said, this is in Florida, sir. We don't have that green-blue around here. We have blue water. But he gave me a choice of 50 colors. Now I'm going crazy. I'm saying, now think of it. If we put the granite, you know what your color is? It was gray. It was gray. Not a good-looking color. So even if you did it, it's not good.
Amazing.
So he said, We'll do a beautiful job. I think that I'd like to recommend a color that I've used before. It's beautiful. What's it called? It's called American Flag Blue. I said, that's the color I want. Because how can you have a better, right? I said, how can you have a better color than American flag? We had a gray, disgusting, dirty. It showed all the dirt. It showed all the everything. So we finished it about 2-3 days ago. They ripped the hell, they roughened the surface. They left everything there. The demolition would have cost $60 million to take the stone out and put new stone in. So we cleaned it, we steam cleaned it, we sand blasted it, we pebble blasted. You know what pebble blasting, that's a serious sand blast. That's really, because it's granite, it's so strong.
It's not bad, bro.
We
Not
roughened
bad
the
at all.
stone so it's a good surface, got it immaculate, and it's beautiful. But it still has the lines in between it. You're going to have leaks all over the place. And we filled in some areas. And the work started a few days ago. And I wanted to go today. I said, let me see these small business people. And then I want to go over and see the contractors to see how they're doing. But Secret Service was not thrilled. They were not thrilled at me standing in the middle of a pool with lots of buildings looking down. We have to be a little conscious of that, right? Chris, you'll have a new boss someday. And I don't know if you'd like that. So here's the story, just in a nutshell. For a much better job, 1.9 million, 1 week. Because I don't call actually the Parks Department did a great job. They cleaned, they had a lot of men cleaning, they're scrubbing the scum off years and years of decay and bacteria and everything else you can think. It was terrible, actually. It was worse than the people would tell me. They say how bad it looked. It was much worse. The Parks Department did a fantastic job. They got it down to the surface, and these guys came in and made the surface really, really good. And now the fun starts, and they're putting it down. So, ready? 1.9 million versus $350 million. Right? Common sense. Common sense. A great, beautiful blue color, American flag blue, as opposed to gray, right? Water's not gray, but it's one of those things. And instead of 3.5 years, it's 1 week.
1 week is all it took Trump, whereas most bureaucratic a-holes, it would have took them 3 weeks to figure out, maybe even 3 months. Or even 3 years.
So think of that. 1 week. So everybody say,
if you guys think that Trump is the most efficient president of all time, yeah. Like and subscribe to the channel. Like and subscribe if you think he's the best.
well, yeah, but you can't compare this. Yeah, you can. It's much better. It's a much better channel. This will last for at least 50 years, and you'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful. It's like powerful rubber. It is beautiful, sealed. And I looked at just one of the little pieces that they did to finish. It's like a piece of glass. Beautiful color, beautiful everything. You could never get anything like that. And just think of it. So for a tiny fraction of the cost and a tiny fraction of the time, we end up with the most beautiful thing that you'll ever see. And I look so forward to that opening up. And it's sort of a business thing. It's a common sense thing. First thing I thought of when I heard $350 million, because I'm the one that said, let's get it done. But they had done studies for years because they wanted to get it done. Never got done. Probably so expensive they couldn't afford to do it, really. But there's a thing, common sense, right? Swimming pool. I said, well, swimming pool looks so beautiful. Wouldn't that be nice? So for a tiny fraction of the time, a tiny fraction of the cost, we end up with a much better product. And this is what you people do with small businesses all the time. It's what Kelly does in running this. She comes to me a lot of times with ideas for less money. It's a better job. So I thought I'd tell you that because this just happened. This just happened. If you go down, if you'd like to see them doing it, on your way back home, take a trip down to the reflecting pond, or they call it the reflecting pool. Some people call it the reflecting lake, but the word reflecting is always a part of it. They call it different things, but reflecting is always a part. Last but not least, we have someone who is helping us lead the revival in American manufacturing, this year's National Small Business Person of the Year. I want to hire him. How big is this business? I want to get him. Mark La Mancha, and he's a fantastic guy, and he's the owner of Hometown Products, a metal casting and 3D printing company near Youngstown, Ohio. I hear it's amazing what he's done. In 2008, the company was nearing bankruptcy. It looked like it couldn't be saved, but that's when Mark patented a system to boost productivity at the company by more than 400%. Mark would like to use you in government. How would you? If you could use that system in government, that would be very nice. He transformed Hometown into a pioneer in 3D printing, and he's leading everybody. Then today, they're North America's leading producer of 3D printed sand cores and molds, which is a big business. And Mark, we're here to honor you today, and if you could come up, we're going to give you a little something. Come on up. Hey, Mark. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's beautiful. I want to get one of them for myself. I'll honor myself. That's very nice. Would you like to say a few words, Mark? I would. Go ahead, I'll hold it for you.
Mr. President and Administrator Loeffler, I would like to thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to represent the 36 million small business people, to be an ambassador for the largest part of our economy. And I would like to thank you from the Hometown Products Industrial Athletes team that I have the privilege of serving every day.
That guy's got a cool little afro. It's kind of feels like a perm. I like that.
As their head coach. But even more, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for restarting and rebooting our economy. And manufacturing used to be 38%.
Oh, if you guys can, though, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. If you guys love Donald Trump as much as I do, make sure that you like and subscribe. It really does help the channel grow. We're trying to get a little bit bigger on the YouTubes. We're at 10,439 subs. Once again, 10,439 subs. So please like and subscribe. It really helps. Let's keep it rolling, man.
Of our economy, and it's down to 9%. And I know that you love America, and I know that you want to restart that. You know, in the last 3 months, the PMI index has gone up 3 months in a row because of that restart. We have 10% increase in hiring, and we'll be able to buy more of those $1 million printers that we're able to print the fight, fight, fight Trump statue that was in Butler with Corey.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Amazing.
So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for loving America. And, you know, manufacturing is my favorite sport, so let's make America manufacture again.
That's good. We'll do that.
No, I would love to see manufacturing come back to the U.S. I mean, this country used to be a country of manufacturing, and make America productive again. Why not? You know, and luckily, I mean, and make America financially literate. You know, that's a big deal. I will say, if there's one thing I've noticed, is that just Americans just don't seem to be very financially literate, and it sucks. So yeah, I would love to see financial literacy in the government. No, sorry, not in the government, but just with people in general. It's wild, man. It's wild. Wild, wild west. We go into the wild, wild west. We going straight to the wild, wild west.
That's a great job, and I heard it's a great company. You've done a fantastic job with it. Thank you very much. And you're right. We lost our manufacturing business, and I used to listen to President Obama say, "You'll never get manufacturing back. It's the biggest business in the world if you get it back." And
dude, we need to Honestly, I would love to see manufacturing come back to America. I think it needs to, in some capacity. And I'm all for it. I'm all for it, man. And look, I'm an investor at the end of the day. And I love, hey, a strong America helps make a stronger world. A stronger American economy creates a stronger world in general. You know it. I know it. We're pretty fucking obvious. But, that's what I think.
We're heading to that. I think we'll be higher than at any time fairly soon. When these places open, I think we'll be higher than at any time in the history of our country. And we used to be a manufacturing capital. We were the manufacturing capital of the world. And then it got taken away.
Yep, that's true.
The chips went to Taiwan, and all they had to do is say, if you sell your product back into the country, there's going to be a 100% tariff, and nobody would have left. And, I made a investment, Intel, chip maker, the big.
Okay, this is like the one thing that I felt very uncomfortable with was the government. I don't know if Trump used his own money or used government money to invest in Intel. I think they only have like a 10% stake in Intel, allegedly. Granted, I'm an Intel share. I own shares of Intel, so my stock went up like quite a bit. But the point I'm trying to make is I just don't believe the government should be buying any sort of businesses. That's just all there is to it. I just don't think countries should be buying businesses. That's just simple logic. Granted, I love his faith in Intel. I think Intel is a fabulous company. But, yeah. Okay, we're back.
Biggest in the world, and then it got taken away because of bad politics, actually, because the politicians, the presidents, no president protected that industry.
Absolutely.
So all of a sudden you have this superpower over in Taiwan, but they're coming back. As you know, we have the biggest companies they're pouring into this country. They know that the tariffs go to a certain extent, and then they go up as we go. But I will say that it's so sad to see what's happened, but it makes me so happy to say we're bringing it back. And as sure as you're sitting there, I mean, these are companies that are fully committed. There are many under construction. They're on their way. And when I look at what happened to our country, I used to make speeches as a private person. I always loved politics, but I never thought I'd be doing this. But as a private person doing well, I used to just marvel at the fact that the car companies were leaving Detroit and leaving our country at levels that were just, I said, you're not going to have any cars soon if you don't do something. And all they had to do is say, you can leave our country, you can have lots of fun building your cars, but if you think you're going to sell it back into our country for no cost, you're wrong. But nobody said that. Not one president, even presidents I liked, but they were bad on trade. You've never had a good president on trade, and now you do, and we're bringing them back at levels never seen before. So we're going to have something. And as far as small business is concerned, you are really the driver. I love that story because that's the kind of story that half of the people, I'm not sure about all of them, I'm not sure about Rick, but most of the people in this room would have thought of that. They would have said, well, what about surfacing that stone, that existing stone? But it's just, one example. It's such a great one because it's massive amounts of money and time and a disaster of construction for years. They'll be building and building and building, a mess. What common sense is all about. And you people more than anything, I know you all indirectly. If I don't know you, I still know you. But the fact is, it's common sense. And if you didn't have common sense, you would not have a good business, and you wouldn't have a good small business, big business, or any other business. So I just want to congratulate Mark. I want to congratulate. It's a great tribute, really. You've done an amazing job. But I want to congratulate everybody in the room. You're fantastic people. And we are really, this is the golden age of America. I really believe it. Last year, we were scoffed at. I tell the story often that the king of Saudi Arabia, a year and a half ago when I was over there, he said, America was a dead country.
Yes, it was. And I agree, all because of Joe Biden. Like, I completely 100% agree with that. I think Joe Biden was one of the worst things to happen to America, to be honest. I don't think he was ever... Look, I don't think Biden was ever good for America. Biden, I think, destroyed the American reputation quite a bit. If we're going to be honest, I think Biden was one of the worst presidents we've ever had, and there's going to be people who disagree with me on that, and that's totally fine. By the way, I hope you guys realize that if you guys really, really thought that Biden was a good president, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Joe Biden. Why? I still don't understand why people were big fans of him to begin with. I just don't get it. Crazy.
We didn't think it would be investing. We didn't think it would be appropriate to invest there. We were a dead country. And now, President, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was 7 or 8 months ago. We're a lot hotter than we were then. We had to do this little excursion, but the excursion is the stock market's higher now than it was when I assumed the market would be down 25%, and that was worth it to get rid of lunatics that would have nuclear weapons that can wipe out countries with the push of a button. You can't do that. So I had
exactly 100%
to do it because it should have been done 47 years. It should have been done by many presidents or other countries. Should have been done a long time ago, but we're doing it, and we have no choice, and I'm very proud to be doing it. But the amazing thing, I thought would be down 20, 25%. I thought the market would be down. The market's at new highs, despite all of it. And so the market is genius, and they see what's happening, and they get it. But I just want to say it's an honor to be with you, and keep going. Small businesses, some of your small businesses like yours are going to be large businesses very soon. And it's an honor to be with you. And Kelly.
Hey, look, if you guys, honestly, I love everything Trump is saying. He is a small business president. He wants to see these small businesses succeed. You could tell by his body language. He wants this to work. And yeah, he is, the thing about Donald Trump, whether you have, he admires people who try to start businesses. He admires people who run their businesses well, or even if they don't, he respects the effort, right? So this is why I love Trump. Trump is pro-business in general, whether it's big business or small business. He's pro-business. Business, okay? And that matters to me, man. We got Larson Christopher in the house saying, sup, everyone. What's up, Larson? Love you, Brony. Love you.
And Chris and all of the people that work with me, what a great job you do. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you very much.
Hey, if you guys believe that Donald Trump is the best business president of all time because he focuses on seeing businesses succeed, he puts America first and he puts American businesses first. Like and subscribe to the channel if you guys love what Donald Trump is doing. If you guys think that Donald Trump is right for America, like and subscribe. If you don't, I don't really care what you think. That was amazing. Amazing. Truly, truly amazing, you guys. Truly, dude, he's amazing.
So this is the big problem of the day. McDonald's, as always. McDonald's to eliminate self-serve soda stations nationwide by 2032, citing
Damn, dude. Damn.
changing consumer habits. I respond to this, right? And then I say, we used to live in a country. Another aspect of public life that has been reduced to a low-trust, minimum security prison to accommodate impulse-driven, subhuman animals who should be put in jail. That's what I think. Changing consumer habits could be here. I hate changing consumer habits. Oh my God. The same changing consumers that needed bulletproof glass at some locations. Isn't it crazy, bro? We are literally allowing our entire culture, our world, our lives to be run like a minimum security prison
which is insane, by the way.
Because we don't put 2% of people in maximum security prisons. You know what? I know exactly what that sign is. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, because I read the tops of it. I said, that was a crazy movie. Wait a minute.
That was a damn good movie, dude.
Wait a minute, boys. Somebody just found a leaked document from McDonald's Consumer Research Department. You go to McDonald's and ask for a water cup. I bet he's going to fill it up with soda. Bro, that's not water. What are you doing?
That's bullshit. They did it because we were stealing sodas every day. Sprite was my favorite to steal with the lemonade. Hey man, could I get a cup of water? Boom, still drink soda right in front of them.
Yep, that's why. Bro,
yeah, oh my God.
They admit it. They know it's going to happen. If you're wondering why McDonald's is removing their soda machines, what are you doing? Why you got an ice cube on the floor? Wait, that's just a bottle. Wait, he's filling up a Look at all. He made a Look at that. Oh my God.
No flipping way, bro. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense.
God, a future doctor. That's what they say. How many of your McDonald's are you not able to get ketchup by yourself anymore? You can't get ketchup. Because you know why? It's because people kept bringing in garbage bags and putting ketchup in the bag. We got
Are you serious? That's insane.
People stealing ketchup. Like, who's stealing ketchup? What changed? Here's what
I will admit. I do like to go to there's a casino, and I like to go there just to drink soda sometimes. I don't gamble. I don't buy anything to eat. I just go there to get soda and coffee. That's it. That's all I want.
What changed? It's a bunch of liberal white people that have invented this idea that if you crack down on public dysfunction, you're going to end up arresting a bunch of minorities. So we can't crack down on it because
no, we just need to look. There needs to be laws in place. If there's no laws in place, then we start having bogus rules at certain establishments because people are doing bogus things. Does that make sense? Like and subscribe if you guys agree that Asmund Gould is on the right track. Like and subscribe if you believe that Asmund Gould and his mind is in the right place. Like and subscribe, man.
Their mind, it's racist. Think about it. It's so fucking retarded. If you can get away with it, if you can do it, people are gonna do it. So yeah, I saw this. It made me very angry. It made me so angry and so upset. And yeah, and you can't just push the button that solves all the problems.
Yeah.
Graham.
So Lindsey Graham is saying victory is near in Iran. Senator Lindsey Graham. Here we go. But yeah, don't forget to subscribe, like and subscribe, everybody. Like and sub.
Senator, you shorten that up to mean embargo blockade plus.
Yeah, blockade plus. Now, what does that mean? I love the idea of a Second Amendment solution for the Iranian people. To those who want to eliminate the Second Amendment in our country, no way. What did the Founding Fathers do? When they got to America, free from the king, they made sure the people would be able to be armed. The first thing the king does is takes the guns away from his subjects. The first thing a religious theocracy does is make sure that nobody can have a gun to threaten the regime. So if I were President Trump and I were Israel, I would load the Iranian people up with weapons.
Yeah, give the citizens weapons. Give the citizens weapons. That honestly, give the Iranian citizens weapons so they could defend themselves from this terrible, terrible military that Iran has. They're terrible people. But I will say, man, Iran's regime makes me sick. Sick to my stomach, bro. Effing sick to my stomach. It's crazy, man.
So they could go to the streets armed and turn the tide of battle inside Iran. We don't need American boots on the ground. We've got millions of boots on the ground in Iran. They just don't have any weapons. Give them the weapons so they can rise up like we did to destroy this regime. A Second Amendment solution, I think, would go a long way to ending this war. If we can take control of the straits, if we can take control of the straits, checkmate.
Okay, my understanding is there have been
I see what he's
so,
saying.
And they try to funnel it through.
I see what he's saying.
My understanding is that, for example, working with the Kurds, they were stealing 90% of the weapons.
Yeah. Don't work with the Kurds. Work with somebody else. And if you can prove to me the Kurds are stealing the weapons, the Kurds will regret that. I love the idea of empowering the Iranian people with weapons, a Second Amendment solution to make the Revolutionary Guard's life hell. It's one thing to be bombed by America. It's another thing to have your neighbors shoot back at you because they're tired of being slaughtered.
I will say Lindsey Graham has a point, although but also Sean Hannity has a point. What if the military just strips the weapons, finds a way to strip the weapons and steal the weapons from the people? Then that means the Iranian military has more weapons, and then they'll use them against the people. It's simple as that. Oh, my God. Yeah, I don't know. I say Trump, dude, just do what you got to do, bro. Trump just needs to do what he's got to do, man. Simple as that. I support whatever Trump has to do at this point because Iran's terrible.
Number two, the Strait of Hormuz is the only thing left. This has been a brilliant campaign by President Trump and our military. The nuclear program of Iran has been destroyed. Their ability to spread terrorism has been destroyed because they're on their knees economically. If we can control the straits, if we can take back control of the Straits of Hormuz, it is checkmate. This thing is over. To the American people, I know gas prices are high, and I know we're suffering right now. But you pay now, you pay later against thugs like Iran. They tried to get a
Yeah, having a totally weak Iran saves the world in a lot of ways. And I think if most people were honest with themselves, they'd realize that's the truth. But yeah, let's keep going. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. The more likes we get, the better. The more subscribes we get, the better. It just helps us grow as a channel. We're currently sitting at 10,440 subs. Once again, we're at 10,440 subscribers. So liking and subscribing really goes a long way. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. Thank you.
nuclear weapon. And if you don't believe that, you shouldn't be allowed to drive in your hometown. Donald Trump stopped Iran from having 8 to 10 nuclear weapons by bombing their enrichment facilities. God bless you, President Trump. We were weeks away from a nuclear-armed Iran. No more. Everything has been obliterated. Their economy is in tatters. Their military has been decimated. There's more to do. If we can control the straits, checkmate against Iran, blockade plus, arm the people. And to our allies throughout the world who depend on the Strait of Hormuz more than we do, get off your ass and help us.
Well, they haven't been so willing to do so. I can't imagine that NATO in its current configuration looks anything like it does today when this is all said and done. I can't believe, I don't see any scenario under which countries like Germany and Spain and France and even Great Britain and Italy have America paying 2/3 of the freight for NATO's security when they didn't have the moral clarity to stand up against a nuclear-armed Iran and the #1 state sponsor of terror.
Like I always say, what Sean Hannity said right there, the #1 state sponsor of terror, people, come on. That's what Iran is at the end of the day.
It is moral clarity. If you believe the Ayatollah and his henchmen would use a nuclear weapon as part of their religious doctrine, you would be right. If you thought otherwise, you would miscalculate like we did with Hitler. Israel cannot get this wrong. One Holocaust is enough. We know, you know, and I know, if Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would use it in the name of jihad. So Donald Trump is a historic figure, and I know the left doesn't like hearing that. He's the man that did something about Iran's nuclear ambition while every other president allowed them to go basically unchecked.
Very true.
How do you have 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium at 60%? They cheat. How do you have missiles that can go to Europe? They cheat. Well, Donald Trump has decimated their missile program. He's destroyed their nuclear capability, and they have been weakened beyond my imagination in 60 days. The only thing left to do is control the straits, and we can do that.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, to our friends in Europe and throughout the world, help us reestablish freedom of navigation. Freedom of navigation is a core principle to the world economy. I am proud of Project Freedom. Project Freedom will work, and people should be helping us. What are we trying to accomplish? To allow ships to go through the Straits of Hormuz to help the world economy. That's not that shouldn't be a hard thing to sign up for. As to President Trump, see this through. These guys are on their back foot, Mr. President.
No, I'm a Trump fan through and through. And look, I think that I don't agree with everything that Trump does. I don't agree with his love of cryptocurrency. I think crypto is grifto. Really, other than that, I think he's actually handled the Iran war very well. I mean, it's only taken 2 months, and Iran's military is pretty much obliterated. I do like the U.S. naval blockade. That's been really cool to see. No, I love it, man. I love what Trump is doing, bro. I love what Trump is doing, man. Straight up.
You have been brilliant in concept and execution. Just see it through. We're near the end now. Let's finish this in a way that nobody has to do it again. You're the guy that got it right. Everybody else got it wrong. And the day that Iran is put in a box, that's when Israel and Saudi Arabia will go back to the peace table. The day we control the straits, gas prices will tumble down. The stock market will be steady and growing. And in the fall, we'll be talking about peace, not war. The only reason Saudi Arabia and Israel did not make peace is because of October the 7th. And no longer can Iran, through their proxies, generate another October 7th. Victory is near in Iran. To the American people, President Trump got this right in spite of all the critics. God bless you, President Trump, for stopping what would be a nightmare for this world.
It does get difficult when you hear people just speak out of total ignorance and just make things up. Donald Trump did this because of Fox News. Donald Trump did this because of Bibi Netanyahu. Donald Trump didn't do anything of the sort.
See, the thing is, you can't buy Trump. Trump cannot be bought or sold because he's already rich. It doesn't matter. other politicians can be bought and sold because they're in politics to make money, easy money. Trump is like, yeah, dude, I'm good. Give me a few more moments, everybody. Give me a moment. If you guys can, though, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. It does help the channel grow, but like and subscribe and keeps us flowing.
Donald Trump did it because he was informed by his Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, that they had the 60% enriched uranium, that they were less than 12 days away from being able to enrich it to weapons-grade uranium at 90%. And the president had said even before he became president the first time that that's something that he would never allow to happen on his watch. He followed through on his promise. Now it's a matter of just finishing this up. How do you now define victory as this seems to be in the closing days?
Dude, as long as Trump's winning, man, that's all that matters. It's all that matters.
Regain freedom of navigation
Trump wins, America
of the Strait
wins
of
on this one.
Hormuz. If they continue to attack our allies like the United Arab Emirates, the UAE has been champion allies. They've done everything we've asked and more. So when Iran attacks them with missiles and drones, we need to be there for the United Arab Emirates. If they do this, they continue to do this, attack ships and our allies.
Iran's only making their life worse. Iran's life is just getting worse at this point. Yeah. Iran is digging their own grave, man.
I would let Admiral Cooper finish the job, go against targets like General Kellogg indicated. I'm not a real advocate of taking Carg Island. I think we ought to tell the Iranians we will destroy it from the air. That will accomplish the mission I have in mind, which means...
Yeah, I agree. Actually, you know what's surprising? I'm actually agreeing with Lindsey Graham quite a bit on this one. That's rare. Because I don't really agree with that guy on a lot of stuff. But this is actually pretty smart. I don't know. This seems pretty strategic and intelligent, you know. Honestly, getting rid of just decimating Clark Island, don't even put troops on the ground or anything, you know. I don't know. I see what he's talking about, bro. I see exactly what he's talking about.
Means they can never regenerate anytime soon to become the largest state sponsor of terrorism, and their nuclear program's been obliterated. We're close to victory. Victory to me would be regaining freedom of navigation of the Strait of Hormuz, degrading a little bit further, short, big, strong response to degrade their military capability a bit further, threaten Carg Island with destruction, and pull out and try to get Israel and Saudi Arabia back to the peace table. The ultimate victory is that Saudi Arabia and Israel make peace ending the Arab-Israeli conflict because Donald Trump put Iran in a box. He was not Obama. He was not Biden. He didn't beg them. He didn't give them a bunch of money. He blew up their capability to wage war and terrorism. You will go down in history, Mr. President, as being the greatest peacemaker in the history of the Mideast if you can put Iran in a box and have Saudi Arabia and Israel make peace on your watch this year. That is victory.
Well, if he takes out the IRGC, opens up the strait, and somehow if we can arm the Iranian people, I think this is game, set, match. Senator Lindsey Graham, South Carolina, thank you. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me.
Yeah, not bad. The ghost of you and me, when will it set me free? All right, let's take a look here.
First on WUSA 9 News at 11, we have new information on a shooting involving U.S. Secret Service agents along the National Mall. It happened at around 3:30 this afternoon, right at the beginning of rush hour at 15th Street and Independence Avenue. The agency says an officer spotted a man with a gun, and when they approached him, he shot at them several times. A teenage boy, an innocent bystander in all of this, was hit by one of those bullets.
That sucks, dude. Well, and that's the thing, man. These crazies, these crazy people, thinking that they could just... I don't know what these people are thinking. People are getting too fucking crazy. Stop it. This doesn't need to happen. I think you all are aware that this does not need to happen. Period. End of story. Unreal.
Thank you for staying up with us at 11 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall. Our Katie Lusso joins us live tonight along the National Mall. And Katie, police say that man was originally spotted near the White House.
Yeah, which is just a few blocks from where we are. As you know, Lorenzo, it was a beautiful day out here. This area was packed with tourists and families. Well, in a matter of seconds, gunfire erupted, and in those seconds, the shooter was down, but so was a teenage boy.
Okay, and that sucks, by the way. I just want to say that sucks. But can we please be blaming the shooter? The person who came at Secret Service with a gun? I understand it's terrible that a young man was injured, and that sucks, that it's terrible. But let's not forget that the reason that young man's injured is because some crazy person with a gun decided to go and try to shoot a Secret Service officer. allegedly, I'm just going to say allegedly to cover my ass, but allegedly the left is mentally ill.
This video captured as the vice president's motorcade went down 15th Street towards Independence just moments before gunfire erupted.
4. I heard, tuck, 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 4. I never forget this one. I hear now.
Oh my gosh, you still hear it ringing?
Yeah.
Ahmad was selling food from his cart as the commotion unfolded.
I see him is run from this area. Do you know, like when the president going, he have a lot car, he tried to pass inside. That's not allowed. He's crazy, man.
U.S. Secret Service Deputy Director Matthew Quinn says a plainclothes officer who was patrolling outside the White House first spotted the man with what they say was a gun near the White House. As uniformed officers approached him,
that individual fled briefly on foot, withdrew a firearm, and fired in the direction of our agents and officers. They returned fire and engaged.
Deputy Director Quinn says the man who was shot was taken to the hospital but did not share his condition. In the midst of it, a teenage boy also struck by gunfire.
I can't say, and we'll let the doctors figure that out, but everything I've seen leads me to believe, and the investigators believe, he was struck by the suspect.
Police say the teen is expected to survive. The area, though, was packed with kids and tourists.
My son and I were standing down across from the White House.
Like this family visiting from Vermont.
And we just saw the huge convoy of police go flying out along with other cop cars on the main road right there. And probably, 5 seconds after that, we heard gunshots.
Monday night, as investigators photographed the scene, they also spent time examining this car that appeared to have multiple bullet holes. For Ahmed, the images of people running and the sound of gunfire will stay with him.
This area is police. Do you know you like 1 mile for White House? Yeah, and the people is scared and people is run everywhere.
And you heard Deputy Director Quinn talking about how Vice President J.D. Vance's motorcade was traveling through the area. Now, he did make a point to mention that it is not believed that this man attacked the motorcade, but he says they are still trying to figure out that man's intention and whether there was any matter of fact that he was trying to cause harm to the president or the vice.
It's pretty obvious. Look, if you're bringing a gun to the White House, it's pretty obvious you're trying to harm somebody important. And if you start discharging that, pretty sure you're a psycho and you're up to no good. That's all I'm saying.
President, that will all be part of the investigation. In Southwest DC, I'm Katie Lasso. Back to you.
Yeah, and tonight we're also thinking of that teenage boy who was injured.
Dems scolded for blaming Trump for assassination attempts. Let's take a listen.
Young people today are being told the president is the enemy. There are people in this country who are applauding this individual. And that is a really very disturbing element to all.
I cannot agree with you more. Judge Janine, I cannot agree with you more. It's weird and it is sick that people are that enamored with the person who did that. It's beyond crazy.
Of this, the sooner the people on the left who have called the president every name in the book, from Hitler to a Nazi to a traitor, what do you expect people to react? How do you expect them to react?
You know, it's only been 9 days. U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., Jeanine Pirro there on what may have fueled the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Again, it's only been a few days. It feels like yesterday for those of us who were there. It was the third assassination attempt on President Trump. But many on the political left are now doubling down on the dangerous rhetoric.
It's crazy that they're doubling down on it.
Some are actually blaming the president himself.
Get lost. Clean up your own house before you have anything to say to us.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Discount? You kidding me, bro? How about you're saying to clean up? You're saying to clean up our act? Clean up your act. You guys Democrats are so frustrating. It's not because they're right. It's because how wrong they are. And what's even worse is they're wrong and they're doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on it. And they're acting like oh, it's okay that this happens. No, you guys have kept the rhetoric going that Trump is like, you guys keep saying that like Trump is Hitler. You guys keep saying like Trump is a Nazi. He's terrible, dude.
About the language that we use.
Chaos follows him, and you are less safe, right? If you decide to go into his orbit, you have become less safe. If you
Chuck Todd, dude. Chuck Todd is such a cuck, allegedly. He is so frustrating, dude. Gift, yum, yum. Gift, yum, yum. Thank you for the thank you for the sparkles, Mr. Nate Dogg. It looks like he's trying to get me to do a gift challenge here. Okay. I finally have to act straight. Thank you, Nate Dogg, for helping us get the gift goal. But it kind of sucks because now I got to act like a straight guy. It's not easy, bro. It's not easy, bro. Not easy.
He does not care about your safety. He's not going to protect you.
At what point do people simply say, hey, Trump is clear?
All right, so yeah, I'm trying to be straight. So I can't really glaze Trump's meat as much. It's not easy to act straight. Yeah.
Clear that you're the drama.
There's
But
tremendous.
yeah, I'll act straight. I'm trying. Okay, you know what? In order to show off how straight I can be, I'm going to sing the straight version of Pink Brony Club, okay? I'm going to sing the straight version. The straightest version of Pink Brony Club. You guys ready? Thank you, Nate Dogg, for the sparkles. I appreciate it. I heard you think I'm really gay, and I know that I ignored these sleazy visions of me in Coos Bay. And I heard that there's a baller place where all my brony bros get the hell out of my face. I'm having hetero dreams of walking around normally. Oh, Santa Monica, sounds all right to me. It'll make my mama proud. It could cause a scene. She sees her straight brony boy. I know she's gonna scream, "You've done a very good job being a straight brony. And you don't dance in any gay clubs, oh mama. I'm just having fun. Staying away from the gay bars with my hooves. I'm not wearing a man thong. And I'm staying away from the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on running from the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on running 'cause my gay thoughts are coming to get me if I hang out at the Pink Brony Club. Pink Brony Club. I keep running, and my balls are somehow on the floor. Everybody's looking at me, wanting me to be a gay hoe. And I know that I cannot do that. And all my brony bros say I'm getting nice and fat. I'm having screwed up dreams. I'm creaming in Tennessee. Mo Santa Monica. You've been so good to me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her brony boy. I'm straight. I'm so straight. And everybody's jealous. I'm so straight that I will sing a Rick Astley song. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. My heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. You know the game and we're gonna play it. And let's see, huh? And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me you're too blind to see. I can't remember. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give you up. That's how straight I am, dude. I sing Rick Astley. That's straight man music, okay? Do you guys want to listen to Steve Winwood? Bring me a higher love. Bring me a higher love. Whoa. Straight as a country road, yep. I listen to Steve Winwood. That makes me straight, all right? I do enjoy singing a little bit. No, I love Rick Astley, though. Rick Astley's one of the best. But I never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. Sick inside without a sense of feeling. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. Once written by a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down, and to the bottom of every bottle. Is 5 words in my hand, screamed, are you having fun yet? Yet, now you having fun, are we having fun yet? Yeah, now we having fun, yeah. It's not like you didn't know that. I said I love you and I swear I still do, and it must have been so bad. Then the women must have damn near killed you, and this is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am.
And this, as you can understand,
It's not
concern
like you
given
to say
the
sorry.
threat levels that are going up in part because of the president and now 3 assassination attempts on him, his very low approval ratings, which unfortunately fuel a lot of disaffection.
What kaleidoscope are
So wait, because he has low approval ratings, suddenly it's okay? What? Dude, CNN is so disconnected. CNN is so disconnected. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Fox News or anything, but CNN is so bloody disconnected.
they looking through that they see a different reality than those of us who were actually there? And maybe some of them were, but I mean, Representative Hakeem Jeffries is just off the charts with what he says. Ben Ferguson, podcast host. What are they looking at?
Yeah, it's victim shaming 101. This is no different than if someone's raped and you say, well, she was dressed scandalous for the...
Yeah, exactly. The left is doing exactly what they say you should never do in victim shaming. So basically, the left is saying that you should never victim shame, but somehow they're constantly blaming Trump for the violent acts that are being done towards him. Make that make sense, people. Make that make sense. We live in clown world. We live in clown world. I mean it. I mean it wholeheartedly. We live in clown world. Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am.
the club, so she kind of deserved it. That's what they're doing here. And then when they say Donald Trump doesn't care about you and he's going to put your life in danger.
Oh, my boy. Gift yum yum. Gift yum yum. My boy, Kimoy. Thank you so much, Kimoy Chapman, for sending us sunshine. I just gave it a heart. Heart yum yum. Heart yum yum. Sunshine yum yum. Gift yum yum. Gift yum yum. Thank you, Kimoy, for the floating hearts. Just to let everybody know, if you guys want your gifts to be acknowledged, your gifts do get shown on the screen. I just want to let you know that. So I like to make sure that my people, everybody out there, get the love they deserve. Yeah. You guys deserve all the love, man.
Danger if you're in his orbit. Donald Trump's not trying to kill anybody. Donald Trump's not shooting at anybody. Donald Trump isn't telling people to shoot at him. Donald Trump is trying to calm it down while the left keeps ratcheting it up.
Yeah, and I will say that Donald Trump is really good at shit talking, but he never calls anybody Hitler. You know what I mean? He never does any of that shit. So, no, I'm a big fan of Trump. I love what Trump is doing. I can't stand what the left is doing right now. The left is killing me. Kimoy Chapman, man. By the way, it's been a while since I've talked to you on the chat, man. How are you doing, brother? I really hope you're doing well, bro. Everybody, let's give a shout out to Kimoy Chapman, everybody. I haven't seen, well, I mean, he comes in gifts every now and then, and I appreciate that, but I just want to know how the human being known as Kimoy Chapman is doing, bro. So Kimoy, did you notice that the video quality is a lot better because I got a better webcam. Now I still have the old one. I put the old one in the box, in the new box. I put the old one in this box. So if anything happens to the new one, I always have a backup. But yeah, no, Trump's the man, dude. But anyway, Kimoy, I just appreciate you, bro. It's good to see you, man. What you been up to, Mr. Kimoy Chapman? How you been doing? Like, I know you've been busy, but like, do you care to share it with any of us? Like, what you've been doing? Because we're always curious what what our man Kimoy is doing. I look handsome? Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. I'm always trying to look handsome. I'm always trying. I try my best. Eric Klein is saying your software videos are pretty good. Eric Klein, can you be more specific? Are you talking about are you talking about those videos I did about the what do you call it? Shit. I lost my train of thought. So, Eric Klein, are you talking about the videos where I'm talking about Motive Mix app for the Shure MV7 Plus and how to configure the audio in the software? Is that what you're talking about, Eric Klein? I don't know if that's what you're talking about, bro. But if it is, let me know. If not, I'm a little confused. Kimoy Chapman says school and work and school, rinse and repeat. Hey, man, I'm still proud of you, though. I'm just proud of you for staying dedicated, man. Doing what you want to do, man. But you're amazing, brother. You're amazing. Oh, okay. Video production. Well, you're talking about like the audio, how I configure my audio. Is that what you're kind of referring to? Because I love teaching people how I configure my audio because my goal is to sound as natural as possible. So I actually don't like using compression in my microphones. I know it makes the gain sound way more consistent even if you step back, but really the goal is just try to get into one habit of placement when being in front of the microphone. Why are you learning Spanish? I'm part Mexican and I barely know Spanish. However, I mean, I think I might learn Spanish just because it, keeps the mind fresh to learn other languages. So I may go that route. Honestly, though, all I care about is knowing the most dominant language.
And this goes back to what you and I talked about days after. The Democratic Party refuses to understand that their words of calling this president a Nazi, Hitler, a dictator, a tyrant, it goes on and on.
Yeah, a lot of that rhetoric gets old after a while, too. They're constantly saying the most terrible things about Trump, and I don't get it. I really don't. I think it's ridiculous, and, Trump deserves better, Tim Smith says, tired Ginger Garza. Wired. Diablo dusted Garza. Taco Bell 2026. Oh, dude, don't even mention Taco Bell to me, man. I'm tempted. I do love Taco Bell, though. I'm a huge Taco Bell freak.
The number of names they keep using against him is inspiring people to try to kill the President of the United States of America. And when they're called out on it, they double down on it because their intent is clear, Harris.
Because they're crazies. They're crazies, dude. And by the way, if you guys think the left has gone a little too, not just a little, if you guys think that the left has gone far off the deep end, and that they're doing the wrong stuff, make sure that you like and subscribe. So like and subscribe if you feel that the left has gone cuckoo bananas.
sugarcoat it. I say it again. This is a president that the Democratic Party will never stop going after because they want someone to kill him. They can't stand him, they hate him, and they will never tone it down because they want him dead. That's the facts of this Democratic Party. Hakeem Jeffries is proof of that.
You know, when they're talking like that, though, we do know at the same time some of them were in the room. So when they say in his orbit, they were in his orbit. What are they even talking about? As journalists, it's our job to be there. It's the correspondence dinner.
Yeah. Well, this goes back to isolation, right? What they really want to do is they want Donald Trump to be able to go nowhere in society where it is acceptable. And when you victim shame and you say, when you're, as Chuck Todd did, right, a non-biased journalist for years, you know how biased he is now. Look at his comments. That's what we've been saying for so long about the liberal media. What Chuck Todd is saying is Donald Trump,
there's quite a few angry people. But yeah, no, there's a lot of angry people normally. Not too many, actually. There's actually been some pretty decent people coming in. Nobody too unhinged or crazy, which is nice. Let's keep going.
the President of the United States of America should not be allowed out in public anywhere. Donald Trump should stay in the White House, never leave, never do anything, because everywhere he goes, he is somehow a threat to society. This is that mental mind game.
It's weird. Like, all these leftists, and you know what's funny? A majority of America voted for this guy. Like, the majority of America voted for Trump. Let that sink in. America voted for this guy. That's what they wanted. They don't want no woke crap. We're done with woke. America's done with woke. Woke had its time in the sun. It had its run. But nobody wants to deal with woke crap any longer. We're all done with woke. I know you're done with woke, everybody. I know. I could tell. I can tell. I know you guys are done with woke. I am too.
That they try to play with the American people, that you should be ashamed of this president, that this president's evil, that he's a dictator, a tyrant, Adolf Hitler. That goes back to the core of what they've been doing since the very beginning. Donald Trump should be able to go wherever he wants to go. He doesn't put anybody's life.
But yeah, if you guys look, if you guys think that Trump is the man and you think that the left is insane, like and subscribe to this channel if you agree with me. Like and subscribe if you agree with me. That you're sick and tired of the left victim-shaming Donald Trump. They are victim-shaming Donald Trump. It's gone too far. The left doesn't realize that they're losing more voters every single day because the left is extremely unpopular. And I mean it when I say that. The left is extremely unpopular. It doesn't take a lot to figure that out, though. Yeah, it really doesn't. I mean, it doesn't take a lot at all for people to figure that out. Anyway.
At risk when he's there, it's the crazy liberal leftists that keep saying these things and inspire people to keep trying to kill him. That's who should be blamed here, but they're never going to stop.
All right, let's move to this dramatic video showing hundreds of anti-immigration and customs enforcement protesters, ICE protesters, battling police outside a New York City hospital over the weekend. It began when ICE agents brought an illegal alien they'd arrested for medical care. Police say the mob blocked the emergency entrances and exits, putting patients in danger. Watch this.
These people are insane. This is in New York City? So this crap is happening in New York City. Of course it is. New York City's turning into a huge shit show right now. Mom Donnie is going to make it. Mom Donnie wants to turn it into a socialist. He says a socialist paradise, allegedly. I say a socialist hellhole. Socialism creates bullshit. Socialism creates poverty. Repeat after me, everybody. Socialism creates poverty, whereas capitalism creates wealth and lifts people out of poverty, at least most people. Granted, you should have some social safety nets. You should always have social safety nets. I agree with that.
You can see agitators throwing trash cans, large ones, and shouting at the police. Police arrested 9 people there, and DHS has said this during the arrest. The illegal alien refused to comply with officers' lawful commands and weaponized his vehicle against them. They also say he tried to punch and elbow those officers, and we're told that illegal immigrant has a criminal history with charges for assault.
That is so freaking crazy. I mean, really think about that. That is insanity. Tahoe OG, what up, bro? Love you too, man. Annie says this is nuts. Absolutely. I mean, this is cray-cray, bro. Cray-cray. Tahoe OG, though, I love you, bro. I love you, my brony, bro. You are the man. Crazy.
Drug possession, and the city's socialist mayor, Zoran Mamdani, is standing by his sanctuary policies.
The more I hear about Zoran Mamdani, the more I just want to throw up in my mouth completely.
I've made very clear that our laws leave no room for interpretation about the fact that our NYPD will not participate in civil immigration enforcement. And I've also been very clear about my views on ICE raids as a whole. I think that they are cruel. I think that they are inhumane. I've seen some of the videos from the incident. That is incredibly...
Zoran Mamdani is the worst. If you elect a socialist mayor, you've got a problem. If you elect a social... Oh, by the way, who the fuck puts a printer... Who in God's name puts a copier next to the fucking refrigerator? If that's a refrigerator, I'm pissed.
Disturbing.
When it comes to illegal immigrant crime, here's what's really disturbing. Police say an illegal from El Salvador butchered 2 women, including a mom of 3, then called the cops to confess it. And it happened not far from New York City just late last week. Ben.
This is what happens when the rule of law becomes optional. Chaos ensues. And when you have a Democratic Party that says you can pick and choose what laws you want to abide by, and also what law enforcement officers you think are good and or bad, you get this type of chaos that fills the void. The NYPD has to deal with this. ICE has to deal with this. But the Democratic Party has also been clear. Defund the police, defund ICE. We don't want law and order. We put illegal immigrants with criminal histories ahead of the American people that they are victimizing. And then they put everyone else's life at risk, including innocent people that needed to go to a hospital. This is the ER entrance. They shut it down because they didn't think they'd be held accountable or arrested for blocking an entrance to a hospital. In what world do we live in where that is acceptable behavior? Well, I can tell you where. In New York City, where communists are in charge.
Well, look, it's not over yet. They arrested them, but the courts, the soft on crime courts here in New York City?
That's the problem. You can arrest them all you want, but if the judges are just going to let these people walk free and just dismiss all the cases, what's the point of even having judges? You know, they're just going to be soft on crime. New York is cooked, dude. New York is cooked. Without a doubt, dude. New York is fucked. I believe that, man. I believe that New York is completely screwed. Straight up, bro. That's what I believe. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand.
We don't know how that story is going to end. Usually ends better for the criminal than the victim. Ben, thank you very much. Good to see you. Be sure to...
I mean, this really is wild if you think about it. These stories, it's getting crazier and crazier. It's getting more and more wild. I mean, what are we doing here? What are you doing here? Crazy. It's freaking insane. Eric, you do realize that the reason that there's so many homeless children in New York City is because everything's overly priced, because it's New York City. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Gift yum yum. Gift yum yum.
I love you, Eric, but you do realize that Mamdani's socialist principles are not going to solve any flipping problems. And hey, everybody, give a shout out to Tahoe OG, by the way. Thank you, Tahoe OG, for sending a paparazzi. Paparazzi. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi. I love Tahoe OG. He is my ultimate brony. Thank you, bro. Everybody give a shout out to Tahoe_OG43. Trifecta. Tim Smith says,
Gift yum yum. Gift yum yum.
thank you, Tahoe OG, for the sunshine. I appreciate it. Tim Smith is requesting that we... Here's the thing, Eric Klein. It may be a new direction, but it's a new direction that's still heading it's still directing New York off of a cliff. Mamdani's socialist principles are not a good direction. Socialism doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And honestly, can I tell you something? Even before Mamdani, there were a lot of socialist principles that were being implemented in New York City to begin with that made New York City insufferable and terrible. So it all sucked. New York has sucked for a very long time. It's been mismanaged. It's a terrible city. It's a terrible city to live in, I should say. Honestly, that's when you just have to open your eyes and say, why would I want to live in New York? Eric, why would anybody in their right mind want to live in a place that's that expensive? Just move somewhere else. I'm not saying I'm not saying that's the ideal solution, but sometimes in order to send a message, sometimes you have to leave. Okay. Tim Smith is saying, check out the new Asmund Gold clip called "This is the Worst Day of My Life." Okay, let's take a look. Give me one moment.
So this is the big
So I
problem.
watched this a little bit earlier, but this is worth watching. Actually, you know what? We did watch this earlier. I'm pretty sure we watched this earlier, but I don't know if Tim was around. We'll watch it one more time here.
Problem of the day. McDonald's, as always. McDonald's to eliminate self-serve soda stations nationwide by 2032, citing changing consumer habits.
Yeah, it's basically because everybody's been stealing soda from the soda machines without paying. So they're like, fuck this.
Changing consumer I respond to this, right? And I say, we used to live in a country. Another aspect of public life that has been reduced to a low-trust, minimum security prison to accommodate impulse-driven, subhuman animals who should be put in jail. That's what...
Bravo. And that is the exact message that needs to be. Yeah, we watched this earlier, but I'm going to watch it again. We'll just kind of speed it up a little. Save us a little bit of time. We'll speed it up 1.5.
I think changing consumer habits could be here. I hate changing consumer habits. Oh my God. The same changing consumers that needed bulletproof glass at some locations. Isn't it crazy, bro? We are literally allowing our entire culture, our world, our lives to be run like a minimum security prison because we don't put 2% of people in maximum security prisons. You know what? I know exactly what that sign is. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, because I read the tops of it. I said that was a crazy movie. Wait a minute.
Good
Wait a
movie,
minute, boy.
By the way, that was a good Die Hard movie.
Somebody just found a leaked document from McDonald's consumer research department. You go to McDonald's and ask for a water cup. I bet he's gonna fill it up with soda. Bro, that's not water.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Can I just tell you guys something? You guys are going to hate me. I have done that before. I have asked for a water cup, and I ended up getting soda. I know.
What are you doing?
Do I still feel bad about it to this day? No.
That's bullshit. They did it because we were stealing sodas every day. Sprite was my favorite to steal with the lemonade. Hey, man, till I get a cup of water, boom, still drink soda right in front of them.
Yep, that's why. Bro, they admitted they know what's going to happen. If you're wondering why McDonald's is removing their soda machines, what are you doing? Why you got an ice cube on the floor? Wait, that's just a bottle. Wait, he's filling up a bottle. Look at all. Look at that. Oh, my God. A future doctor. That's what they say. How many of your McDonald's are you not able to get ketchup by yourself anymore? You can't get ketchup. Because you know why? It's because people kept bringing in garbage bags and putting ketchup in the bag.
So back in the day, I used to get like a lot of the Diablo sauces. When I would go into Taco Bell, sometimes I would just go in to eat because I knew I could grab a whole bunch of sauces and put them in a bag, right? So I would like take a lot of Diablo sauce, and it saved me on seasonings because I would just be like, okay, I'm gonna take like 20 packets out, and then they got rid of that little bin, probably because they realized I was taking too many of the packets. Reasonable.
We got people stealing ketchup. Like, who's stealing ketchup? What changed? Here's what changed. It's a bunch.
Hey, if you guys love this channel as much as everybody else, make sure that you double tap the screen. Make sure you like the stream and then subscribe to the channel. Once again, make sure that you like the stream and subscribe to the channel. It really does help us grow. Back to the show.
Of liberal white people that have invented this idea that if you crack down on public dysfunction, you're going to end up arresting a bunch of minorities. So we can't crack down on it because in their mind, it's racist. Think about it. It's so fucking retarded. If you can get away with it, if you can do it, people are going to do it. So yeah, I saw this. It made me very angry. It made me so angry and so upset. And yeah, and you can't just push the button that solves all the problems.
Crazy, man. Tiny Lion Gaming says, must be your Mexican side. It probably is. Ultimately, that's funny, dude. I love it, man. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to watch Sexy Jesse Waters, bro.
Fox News Alert Central Command has just initiated Operation Project Freedom. The mission, unblock the strait. The president says if Iran interferes, it's a death sentence.
I spoke with President Trump for 20 minutes about the situation with Iran. He talked about Project Freedom and the U.S. efforts to guide vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, issuing a new warning to the Iranian regime, saying if the Iranians try to target U.S. ships in this area, they will be, quote.
So Tim Smith says, if ICE deports Garza's Mexican side, is that like free Ozempic? Larson Christopher's asking, Garza, what do you do for coffee? So I drink half of an energy drink a day. I drink about 8 ounces of an energy drink, a Monster Zero sugar. And then the rest of the day, I either drink one Pepsi or I make coffee in my coffee maker. One or the other. I don't go to coffee shops. I don't like buying coffee at coffee shops. I'm just vehemently against coffee shops because no matter what you get looked down upon if you don't tip, and I fucking hate tipping for something where I'm like, I don't tip. You know, honestly, I would rather tip a McDonald's worker. Than tip a restaurant waitress. Because the customers of the McDonald's workers have to deal with, at least the ones that are working the register, are far worse and far more annoying. Straight up. I prefer fast food anyway. Fast food is amazing. You know what I mean? I actually prefer going to McDonald's over most restaurants, and I'm not even kidding. Granted, there are places that I like. I like going to Chinese restaurants, but that's about it. I do like Mexican restaurants too. Mexican and Chinese restaurants are my faves. Other than that, though, I don't care about any other cuisine. Except for I love pizza. But I'll get cheap pizza at Domino's.
blown off the face of the earth.
Iran's Mosquito fleet tried to test the operation, and they got wasted by attack helicopters.
We have an enormous amount of capability and firepower concentrated in and around the strait, including A-864 Apache and M-860 Seahawk helicopters, used just this morning to eliminate 6 Iranian small boats threatening commercial shipping.
15,000 American service members are
freaking wild, man. That's wild. Holy crapola.
Supporting Project Freedom. Multiple U.S. guided missile destroyers sailed right up into the strait and are now operating with impunity in the Persian Gulf. 2 carrier strike groups are not only providing support to clear the strait, they're also pulling blockade duty. And they're packed to the brim with over 100 land and sea aircraft on deck, including fleets of Warthogs, F-15s, F-18s, F-35s, and Growlers. The Pentagon has assembled a massive amount of firepower dedicated.
Dude, that is Diddy Kong? Oh, okay, so I saw Diddy on there, but I didn't see the Kong at first. So that is a cool, dude, that is a cool looking ship, by the way. It's called Diddy Kong. Whoa, dude. Damn, bro. It's got Diddy Kong on there? No way. Bro, that might be the coolest fighter jet I've ever seen. Larson Christopher says you're such an American. Yep. Yeah. I don't like going to coffee shops, man. I really don't. I'm not a coffee shop kind of guy. Unless there's free coffee. For example, sometimes I'll go down to the casino. I'll go down to the local casino just to grab a cup of coffee because they give coffee away for free. I could just drink straight black coffee. I love it. Sometimes I go to the casino exclusively for coffee. Isn't that wild? I have no shame. I will go straight into the casino. I will get some coffee and I'll get some steps in. I'll walk around just so that way I can get a little steps in. I feel good for the rest of the day, man.
Dedicated to unlocking the choke point.
The Mosquito Navy is being swatted. Numerous ships, maybe in double digits, have been destroyed. And the U.S., we are just firing if fired upon. We are not the provocateurs here. But if the Iranians want to escalate here, we are willing to escalate.
So this is clearly a test of Iran as well as we speak, correct?
It is a test of Iran. But Bill, again, this is a ragtag band of pirates.
This isn't an offensive operation. This is purely defensive. And we have a secret weapon, R2-D2.
The United States Navy has a tremendous ship defense. We have the Aegis missile defense system to get incoming missiles, and then we have the Sea-Wiz, the close-in weapon system. They call it the R2-D2 of death because it looks like the small character from the Star Wars movies with a giant machine.
That's insane. The R2-D2 of death? What the fuck? I don't even know what's happening anymore, bronies. I just don't. Hold on. I do want to get myself something to drink real quick, though. I got to hydrate a little bit. Hold on. right, I got chicken and cheese. Chicken and mozzarella cheese, everybody. I'm living large. I'm large. And I'm in charge. All right, let's take a gander. Let's take a look at the chat real quick. Yes, I do pick my nose. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. Yum, yum. We'll get back to it in a second. Hold on. Hold your horses. I made this chicken in my slow cooker. Hold on, man. Hold on. I want you guys to watch me eat. I want you to watch me eat, okay? Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, I only paid like it was only like $2.40 per pound. Pretty good deal. I slow cooked about 3 pounds of chicken. And I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. Oh, yeah. Let's get to it. I don't know. Zinc Roofer is in love with me.
Gun that shoots 2,000 rounds a minute. And so we have enormous defenses to protect against missiles coming into U.S. ships.
If it flies, it dies. We created a defensive umbrella around the whole waterway, basically an iron dome over Hormuz.
That dome defense will make certain that anything fired that penetrates through the layer of defense will be defeated. That fast boats that come out and try to intervene.
You know, I was starting to think, I was thinking about getting into an energy sector ETF, considering all the volatility, you know, considering the price of oil has been kind of unpredictable, one way you could get exposed to the price of oil is through maybe like, it's not financial advice, but maybe through like an energy sector ETF is what I'm thinking, or just buy the companies individually. But I was thinking about swing trading energy sector stocks. I thought about that for a little bit because with the volatility of oil, actually preferably an entire ETF that only contains like primarily oil stocks. That would be it. Yeah, and the price of oil is pretty unpredictable. Hey, Sleepy Joe, dude. Sleepy Joe Biden, bro. I like Joe Biden. He's number one. I love him. He's lots of fun. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does help the channel grow. Once again, please like and subscribe to the channel. We're pretty close to hitting 10,500 for the month. So if you guys can, we're almost to 10,500 subscribers. We're getting there. So we're at 10,443. Do not forget to subscribe. So we're at 10,444 now. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. More subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Let's keep going, man.
Will be defeated. That anything on the surface like a fast boat or actually below the surface will be defeated. That anything coming from the land, maybe a shoulder-fired missile or something like that, would be defeated. That's the dome defense.
There have been over 1,000 commercial vessels that have been stranded in the Gulf since the start of the war, including 5 American-flagged ships. 2 of them sailed right through today. The Hormuz Dome did its job. And the goal is for ships to leave and return safely, back and forth, back and forth. We aren't just doing the ship-to-ship escorts, though. This is a much bigger and more efficient operation. We've demined a safe passageway for commercial vessels to transit out of the strait, and we're knocking down any threat to freedom of navigation. We're assuming the risk here. But the president's also setting an example for other countries. The president said this, quote, Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps
that shouldn't be happening, dude. That should not be happening. Iran should be taking shots at no one. No one. Please like and subscribe if you're tired of Iran being the bully of the Middle East. If you guys want to see the Iranian regime crumble, I hope you guys like and subscribe to this channel. If you guys love Donald J. Trump, I hope you like and subscribe because we love Trump on this channel. Okay? I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not afraid to take the stage. Everybody, let me know if you've been down that same road. Oh, yeah, yeah. Tell me, how am I supposed to live without you?
Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. The Iranians launched a few drones and missiles at our Navy and foreign vessels, but everything was intercepted. And since then, the enemy stood down. The Mosquito fleet's never been weaker. Admiral Cooper, who spent his entire career operating in the Strait, says these fleets used to come at you by the dozen. Today, they came in a little 6-pack, and we spanked all 6 with Apache and...
And there's just nothing, and I mean nothing, Iran can do to win this war. So you tell me, will Iran surrender? Should they? Yes, they should. Iran should absolutely surrender. Why not? I say yeah. Surrender. You must surrender. I am Locutus of Borg. From this time forward, you will service us. All right, I just wanted to do my best Locutus of Borg impression. So, did you guys think that Locutus of Borg impression from Star Trek was pretty sexy? Yeah.
Seahawk gunfire. Not only are we lighting up their fast boats, we're seizing their tankers.
We then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
The blockade's already turned
That's a good joke, though. That's a good joke.
around 50 Iranian ships, 50. Now, if we reopen the strait while the blockade is still in place, it's over. They have 0 cards to play.
Yep.
They'd be cornered at the negotiating table. The Iranians keep sending us proposals, but POTUS keeps just knocking them down.
We don't know who the hell we're dealing with. They call up, this is Mohammed so-and-so, and I say, are you a leader? We're looking...
This is good, dude. They're like, Muhammad who?
We're looking for a leader. It's the only country in the world. Nobody wants to be a leader.
The president didn't want to wait around for Mohammed's next 14-point peace plan. Sources tell Axios
all these peace plans that Iran's been proposing have been total shit. They keep trying. They keep saying that they want nuclear ambitions. They want nuclear weapons. That should never happen. Never, ever, 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 ever happen. That's not allowed. It's not allowed at this point.
He wants action, doesn't want to sit still. He wants pressure. He wants a deal. And Tehran made a big mistake today. Not only did they fire at ships, breaking the ceasefire, but they launched a handful of missiles and drones at our ally, the UAE. The Arabs knocked down all the missiles, but a drone started a fire at a key oil terminal.
Damn.
Luckily, they put out the fire. Iran was given a choice. They could either get strangled by the blockade while they watch the strait reopen, or they break the ceasefire and lob missiles at civilian targets.
Yep.
They made a poor choice because now the United States is probably going to finish them off.
Iran has been making terrible, terrible choices this entire time. Look, I'm hoping that it would take a miracle for Iran to actually not make a stupid decision. It would take a lovely miracle.
Off. Sources tell Fox that we are closer to major combat operations than we were 24 hours ago. The commander-in-chief says we have more weapons and ammo at a higher grade than we had before. Generals say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
I think it's more likely than not that we will return to combat operations to finish these guys once and for all. One thing I think we have to do is make certain that our CIA and our Mossad have got plans, and they're working them right now, to undermine this regime covertly and also assist the Iranian people. Because as this thing starts to break apart, the vulnerability of the regime and its leaders.
It is, I mean, like the Iranian regime is broken. Broken, and broken. We know this. We know the Iranian regime is cooked beyond repair. And don't deny. Don't lie to yourselves, you guys.
And lack of trust in one another. We can take advantage of that and also encourage the Iranian people to get out there.
Keen's pretty plugged in. He's suggesting that the final blow could trigger regime collapse and that intelligence assets are preparing the ground inside of Iran for a potential uprising. The Guard's vulnerable. They just missed payroll.
Their economy is in free fall, and
that's the crazy thing. If they can't pay these soldiers are going to defy. There's only so much you can do for free. And I think a lot of these soldiers in the Iranian military are miserable. And I think that the Iranian military is like a pirate ship. And I think that if they don't get paid, if they don't get their cut, they're going to rebel against the Iranian regime. You know what they're going to do? They're going to turn in the entire Iranian regime. That's what's going to happen.
Everyone says they have a high tolerance for pain. Well, their soldiers will not have a high tolerance for not getting paid.
The regime made an enormous strategic mistake by bombing their neighbors, because their neighbors said, oh, yeah, well, guess what? We just wiped out your bank accounts.
They really miscalculated when they started bombing their Gulf neighbors in a kinetic fashion. And in response, the Gulf neighbors, who I would describe as somewhat permissive in allowing Iranian IRGC money, Iranian regime money into their banking systems, have been very fulsome and come forward and given us the details and allowed us to freeze those assets.
The walls could be closing in. They can't sell oil, rugs, or pistachios. Meanwhile,
I need pistachios, though. I need my bloody pistachios, bro. Give me my bloody pistachios. I need pistachios right now. If you guys give me a gift, it'll help me afford pistachios. I need pistachios. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me a gift so I could get pistachios. Oh yeah. Gifts allow me to get pistachios, bro. I need them. I need a gift.
Meanwhile, we just sold $8.5 billion in weapons to Gulf allies. So if the war cost $25 billion, we already made back a third. It's not bad. Trump's clearing.
Hey, if you guys think that Jesse Waters is a total hunk and very cute, he is so cute. Make sure that you guys like and subscribe to my channel. If you guys think that Jesse Waters is a hunk, like and subscribe to the channel. If you guys think that Donald Trump is a hunk, like and subscribe. If you agree, hell yeah.
In the Strait while he's slowly choking the gay Ayatollah in his sleep.
Oh, dude, that's hot. Okay, that's scary, but that's hot. I mean, I'm hoping it's all... Look, I don't want to see anybody die. I don't. But, this Ayatollah guy's got to turn himself in. The entire Iranian regime needs to turn themselves in and let the people decide what kind of government that they want from here on out. The United States of America has saved the Iranian people from this insane Iranian regime. Period. End of story.
Pretty soon, he'll head to Beijing with a strong hand.
We're leading China in AI, and I'm going to go see President Xi in 2 weeks. I look forward to that, but I'll say I'm leading. We have...
It's not just AI. We have the Chinese surrounded. We've been conducting board and seizure drills with our Philippine allies. And the 7th Infantry, for the first time ever, just fired some missiles from the Philippine island of Palawan right towards the South China Sea.
Damn.
Call a little chin music for Xi. But who knows what's next? Anything could happen.
Yep.
The Secretary of State's just got assigned another job.
DJ Marco Rubio, dude.
Be sure to like.
Maybe DJ Marco Rubio's playing a little bit of my boy Eric Prides. Eric Prides is pretty tight, dude.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno, along with Kellyanne Conway, Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, and Tyrus. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five.
We got my man Tyrus.
Can't let them have a nuclear weapon, or you'd have problems like nobody would believe. And it's going very well.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. President Trump telling Trey Yanks the Iranians will be blown off the face of the earth if they attack U.S. vessels that are guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz as part of his Project Freedom plan. 47 posting on Truth how Iran has taken some shots at a South Korean cargo ship, but the U.S. returned fire. Quote, "We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage
They got nothing, man.
going through the strait." And meanwhile, one Democrat senator seems to be justifying Iran's mission to get a nuclear weapon.
Ugh. Is it Hakeem Jeffries?
After
no, it's some other chud.
this attack, and we were negotiating with the Iranians at the time of the attack, and I think they feel that their only defense might be a nuclear weapon. So we've, ironically, I think, given them more reasons to push for a nuclear weapon.
Oh, geez.
We have to prevent.
No, dude. Here's the thing. We want to prevent that. We just want to drain their resources completely, so that way they never even have a single opportunity to create a nuclear weapon. That is the key. We want to give them no way or reason to create any sort of nuclear weapon. We want them to have no ability. We want them to have no ability to enrich uranium. All right. Carol Lee here says loves Tyrus. Tyrus is the man, by the way. I love Tyrus. He's amazing. Captain Whiffamer. Yep, I'm still begging. You better give me a gift because I'm so sad. Ooh woo, I'm so sad. Ooh woo.
Prevent that.
Yeah, Jesse, this might be what the Secretary of War meant when he said the greatest adversary would be the congressional Democrats on the Hill and the senators, too.
It was a tremendous display of American military muscle and resolve. Unblocking the strait while we maintain the blockade, that's going to really bring their negotiating team to its knees. It also unlocks all of this pent-up cargo and energy out of there. And we did it without boots on the ground. And we did it without any Asian or European allies, so you're welcome. We basically sailed multiple guided missile destroyers straight through the gap. We demined this little safe passage along the coast of Oman. And this is not like a one-to-one escort situation. We've created an entire defensive umbrella around the Gulf with anti-missile defense systems, helicopters, fighter jets, drones with about 15,000 service members, and we've already got 2 U.S.-flagged vessels out of there safely. This is a defensive operation. We don't fire until fired upon. They fired first. They broke the ceasefire, and it didn't go very well for them. 6 of their fast boats from the Mosquito fleet wasted by Apaches and Seacraft helicopters, and then also a bunch of missiles and drones they shot out, all of them intercepted. They threw some missiles over at our buddies at the UAE, almost all of them intercepted. There's a small fire at an export terminal. I think it's going to be okay. But if Iran continues to escalate, we can climb the escalation ladder. We can do it all day. It's not going to end well for them. Right now, Operation or Project Freedom looks really savvy, sophisticated, and the oil markets are going to love it. This corners their negotiating team, and it will really put the president in a great position when he goes to Beijing in about 10 days.
All right, so good position on the world stage, Kellyanne, but for some reason, Democrats still aren't on board and continue taking Iran's side.
Yeah, they're turning into the anti-Israel, un-American, pro-Iran party. And if you
that's weird. It's weird that they would choose to be pro-Iran when honestly the Iranian government has been terrible. And Iran is what Iran has become, quite frankly, is just ridiculous. And I'm just shocked that there would be any human being. I don't even care what your politics are. You should have the common sense to realize that Iran is a horribly run country. Terribly run. Awfully run. Awful. So come on.
If you don't believe me, listen to them. Jack Reed has probably been in public office. He's probably been a politician all 47 years that everyone else looked the other way on Iran. And look, this Harvard-Harris poll is very important because they're asking the right questions, not these dopey questions. Do you like bombs? Do you like war? Duh. They're asking, 74% is saying USA is winning the war in Iran because they're getting updates like this from our commander-in-chief. They can pull up the graphs themselves. This is not secret information. It's transparent. We're watching it in real time. Another 74% say Iran should not have nukes. People are worried that a country that chanted death to America loudly for decades, if they...
Yeah, and it even says death to America on their currency. It says death to America on Iranian currency. They constantly talk about death to America. That's all they think about. That's all Iran thinks about. So it's like, why would anybody be on the side of Iran? Iran's government has been terrible for a long time. And to be honest, previous presidents have talked about going after Iran tons of times, but they never had the cojones that Trump has to do it. But Trump did it. Trump is the man. You know what I'm saying. Trump had the cojones to go after him, man. He absolutely did. And to those of you who are going to be babies about it, whatever. No, but Trump's the man, dude. Trump actually had the cojones to go after them, which is good. It's great. Go Trump, man. No, Iran's been the number one state sponsor of terror for several years. They have killed thousands of their own citizens for protesting, by the way. Thousands, tens of thousands of their own protesters. I want to say allegedly, but no, I don't know why. Why am I protecting Iran? Thousands of protesters were executed by the Iranian military on order from the regime for protesting the regime. So, yeah. That's about it. But yeah, the Iranian regime killed its own people. Number one state sponsor of terror. Enriching uranium to weapons grade. Bullying neighboring countries in the Middle East for years, and nobody ever did anything about it. But Trump did. Like and subscribe to this channel if you're sick and tired of the left siding with Iran. If you think the left is out of their mind because they have what's called Trump derangement syndrome. They do. They absolutely do. The left has Trump derangement syndrome, and it's very obvious. We accept it to some degree, but we're not accepting it anymore because of all the violence. People have reached peak TDS. People have reached peak TDS. It's crazy. Not everybody has TDS. Just insane partisan leftists have TDS. So, yeah. I've merely empowered the leftists. No, the leftists are responsible for their own actions. At the end of the day, these crazy leftists are always responsible for their own actions. But if there's one word that the left hates more than anything, it's responsibility. Personal responsibility is the one word, two words that the left hates the most. Because they believe that everything's an existential crisis, when in all reality, it's an internal crisis because you have daddy issues. Yeah, you heard me. You have daddy issues. Yeah. Sin City Sinner said, I've reached peak intolerance of the crazy left. Yeah, the left is too insane. The left keeps going after President Trump. Stop with the violence. Just stop it. please stop the violence to the left. I mean, you're just going to call me MAGA. You're going to call me maggot is what you all call me. I don't know. Tim Smith says, tired. The Faulkner Focus. Wired. The Garza Goon. My God. The Garza Goon. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Hold on. I gotta make sure I put a energy drink in the fridge for tomorrow. I'm gonna probably end the stream in 30 minutes because I've been streaming for a while. If you guys can, though, if you guys send gifts or super chats, it really does help the channel in a lot of ways. So please feel free to send a gift or a super chat or gift a membership or become a channel member. Whatever you guys can do, it really does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. More members we get, the better. I love it. You love it. We all love it. You guys are amazing. Vacation Time 24/7 says, I didn't realize you were a 10 out of 10 top G until you got this new webcam. Yeah. The webcam turned me into a top G. Just like Andrew Tate. I am the toppest of the G's. I appreciate you guys, though. I appreciate you guys a lot. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Oh, before they turn off all the lights. I want to see what the stream looks like with the new camera, like on the stream. Okay, one moment. All right, you guys, we're going to do some bat flips. We're going to do some Pink Brony Club bat flips. You guys ready? Now, we accept gifts, but I will count out how many I do. You guys ready for this? All right, here we go. Can I pull this off? Can I do this? Can I do this? Here we go. All right. All right, I stopped at 31. Hey, you got the my boy Cancel gifted you a subscription, a membership. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, brony. Hey, if anybody wants to send a gift, though, helps the channel grow. All right. All right. Let's try this one more time. Oh yeah, it's pure athleticism on my end. I want to thank the Academy. Okay.
Had a nuke, they would visit Death to America, and people know that. So the Democrats need to get on board here, especially while we've got folks over there and especially while we're at war with Iran. They can question it. They can say we don't want to fund it. They can say you're exceeding the war powers. They can say whatever they want. But what they're saying, Emily, is so harmful to the good work that we're doing there and to stopping and to actually President Trump doing the job of 6 or 7 presidents who said Iran and 50 presidential candidates.
And by the way, Trump is doing far more in 1 year, than pretty much our last 3 presidents combined in all of their terms. Trump is making things happen at a rapid scale. And I love it. I love it.
Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We tried everything. Diplomacy, coddling them, cudgeling them, giving them pallets of cash, threatening them, JCPOA. We tried everything, and yet Iran was this close to getting a nuclear device anyway.
Yep.
We can't have them enriching uranium and give President Trump.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You got to give Trump all the credit because they were enriching uranium to near weapons grade. It needed to come to an end. So Iran did this to themselves more than anything. They did. Think about it. They did. They shouldn't have been developing a nuclear weapon. Period. End of story. It just shouldn't have been happening. I think you guys are aware of this. I hope you guys are aware of this.
Trump is due. The Democrats should. He has been absolutely consistent on the central premise and the rationale for doing this. And it's to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear device. Is Jack Reed
Precisely. Frickin'
going to go back on a friendly Sunday show 5 years from now and say, oops, this president, whoever that is, now has to deal with getting the nukes out of Iran's hands? And last point, it's not that long ago, and we all remember it. Barack Obama had his red line in Syria. No, he didn't. He wimped out. He totally cratered. He said if there's any kind of chemical weapon, Assad unleashes chemical weapons against his people. 1,400 people die. And instead of that being a red line, Obama goes and negotiates with Putin. Hillary Clinton, the stupid red button diplomacy, stole it out of a board game, I guess, a dime store, a dollar store. And she presents it to Russia's Lavrov and says, we're going to reset. You know what Donald Trump's red line is? Iran getting a nuclear device. This is what peace through strength.
Yeah. Trump's like, hell no. Hell to the no. You are not getting a nuclear weapon, period, end of story. You know it, I know it, the American freaking people know it. I like Poland. Why? I like Poland. Hey, by the way, we're going to be spending a lot less on gas once Iran's completely weakened. Once Iran's regime goes away, once the Iranian people actually take control of their government, then you're going to see a lot lower prices. Gas prices are going to go lower. You may not see it now, but gas prices will go lower. Mark my word. Maybe I can't guarantee that, obviously. I'm unable to guarantee that, but I will say I do think that gas prices are going to go lower. That's what I think.
And I want to tell my friends on the right who have a problem with this war, remember, peace through strength also includes the strength part. We have to show our military might and muscle sometimes to make sure that we secure the peace.
Harold, do you see that statements like this, that what the senator made 10?
Tim Smith says, had the new Diablo dusted nuggets from Taco Bell and single-handedly lowered the price of gas in my town. Tim, you got to stop this, man. All I can think about right now is Taco Bell. That's all I can think about, bro. That's all I can think about right now is Taco Bell. That's all I want right now.
To present a fractured front and might undermine the unity and strength that the United States needs right now for support of its military?
First of all, it's good to be with you.
Thanks for coming, Harold.
It's good to be here. Tariffs, always good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
And well, you know, I take a little different position. I know Jack Reed. Jack Reed's a patriot. He has, I think, is asking a question that I think deserves an answer. And I agree largely with the core argument here, which is the Iranians cannot have enough uranium to enrich a nuclear weapon. I think their desire to have one is undeniable, and I don't know how you end that until we bring on 2 or 3 generations of new people who want to be a part of the Western world and the rules that we have.
Oh shit! Nate Dogg is sending a large scale of sparkles. OMG. OMG. OMG, OMG, ooh-woo, ooh-woo, no ooh-woo, no ooh-woo, no ooh-woo, no ooh-woo, no ooh-woo, no ooh-woo. So do you guys think that this new camera makes me look prettier? Do you guys think it accentuates my beauty? No, just kidding. I'm a beautiful man. Thank you, Mr. Nate Dogg, for sending the sparkles. I got you the jewels. Look at the jewels. The jewels, Betty, the jewels. Vacation time, dude. Good shout out to Freddie Got Fingered. The jewels, Betty, the jewels. Okay. I don't even remember what I put on here. What did I put? Okay, make sure that you guys like and subscribe. If you guys can, like and subscribe to this channel. The more likes we get, the better. The more subscribers we get, the better. So the simple act of subscribing and liking really does go a long way. So if you haven't subscribed already, it does help. We're at 10,446 subs. Once again, we're at 10,446 subscribers. I really want to thank you. And so I'm going to have to act a little bit zesty. So how do I act zesty? Nate Dogg says, I am Garza bot GPT. Beep boop. Bop bop. I understand the directive is understood. I'm trying to sound like the Borg. The collective is under attack. Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. I want to show you guys the greatest game of all time. Star Trek Armada. Oh, dude, somebody did a review. I don't think I've watched this review. So this is the intro to one of the greatest games of all time. Oh, and somebody upscaled it with AI in 4K. That's actually kind of...
Captain, Priority 1 message from Starfleet.
Jean-Luc, we've just received some very disturbing...
Okay, this looks way better than the original game intro. They definitely upscaled it using AI. That's really impressive. They fine-tuned a lot of the features of the face. Wow, that's impressive. Actually, that's a good question. Hold on. Let's look up Star Trek Voyager. Oh, that's right, Across the Unknown. I think it's available, but I probably should have bought that when it was cheaper, but I think it's still kind of expensive. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's out already. Let me check. Let me take a look at Steam real quick. I think it's on Steam. Let's take a quick glance. I'm just going to look up Steam real quick here. Let's see. Star Trek. And yep, it looks like it's been out for a while. It's been out since actually it's been out for like about 3 months already, since February 18th. So let's see. Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown. So Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown is, I'm just reading this from their official details on the Steam website. Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown is a story-driven survival strategy game in which the fate of the iconic starship is in your hands. Take the helm, manage the ship and resources, and make difficult decisions. Will you be able to bring home the ship and its crew? I think this looks really cool. I'm looking at some of the details of it. It looks like it's gotten mostly positive reviews, and it looks honestly kind of fun. However, it is $34. That is the only downfall to this. It's $34.99. So that's the only thing that blows about this. So I don't feel like spending that much money on the game. I might end up watching a playthrough though. But yeah, this is the Armada 1 intro. The greatest intro to any video game of all time.
Jean-Luc, we've just received some very disturbing information about the leader of the Borg invasion.
I already know.
Oh, damn, dude. Those ship battles look really, really realistic. That's fucking cool. Holy crap, man. Give that Dude, even the motion is more fluid. The motion itself is way more fluid in the intro. This is a way cleaner intro than the original PC version of the intro. Way cleaner. Amazing.
Taral, call off this Urmang. An honorless dog like you will never rule the Empire.
That is where you are wrong, Worf. Now that I possess the sword of Kalis, the Klingon throne is mine.
I will see to it that day never comes.
Fucking epic. Nate Dogg says they really tightened those graphics. You know what's funny? You know those guys that were in the commercial? And the guys were like, hey, tighten up the graphics a little bit. Those guys have officially been replaced with AI. AI is tightening up the graphics, and those two guys that went to Westwood College in that sexy commercial that you saw on G4 TV all the time, they're out of a job. They can't tell anybody to tighten up the graphics anymore because the AI is not only telling them they need to tighten up the graphics, but the AI itself is tightening up the graphics. Just saying.
Admiral Sela, sensors confirm. It is the Omega particle.
Prepare the containment field and hail the nearest Borg vessel. Tell them we wish to negotiate a deal.
A deal. I gotta say, man, this intro is amazing. Also, this really does make me want to play Star Trek Armada again. I haven't played it in a bit. I gotta admit, I've been neglecting video games for a bit, but there are some games that are just worth replaying, and Star Trek Armada is one of them. One thing I want to do is I want to try to find a way to create my own custom maps. Like my own custom maps. I want to create like the actual maps for Star Trek Armada, and I think some people in like the video game hacking community, I should say the modding community, there's an entire community based around modding Star Trek Armada 1 and Star Trek Armada 2. Both incredible games, by the way. Unbelievable games. Orwell the Resident says play it on stream. Actually, I can technically do that, but one thing I do have to do, There's a couple tweaks I got to make to even make it show up properly. It's so frustrating. Star Trek Armada 1 is probably the toughest game to stream. However, one thing I can do is I can get my laptop and plug it into my capture card and play it from my laptop. That would probably be the easiest way to do it, surprisingly. It's actually, I can't believe how tough it is to just mirror it. Not mirror it, but yeah, mirror it basically onto here. It's wild.
Captain, we are receiving a transmission from the Borg cube.
On screen.
So you guys are probably wondering, how is Captain Picard speaking with Locutus of Borg? You're probably thinking, how the fuck does that happen? Now, if you guys want, I'm going to give you a warning. I'm going to give you some... You guys will probably never play this game in your life. And if you do and you don't want any spoilers, cover your ears or mute the stream, because I'm about ready to give you some spoilers on why Captain Picard is speaking to Locutus of Borg in this scene. All right? So what happens is, in the campaign modes, the Borg decide to assimilate a Dominion cloning facility, if I remember the story right. Yes, a Dominion cloning facility. And when they assimilate it, the whole goal is to assimilate it, and then once it's assimilated, then they find Captain Picard's, because the Dominion actually hold Captain Picard's actual DNA profile. You think the Borg would already have it on file, but for some reason they don't. Anyway, they have Captain Picard's DNA profile all on this cloning facility. And wait a minute, hold on. I take that back. I think that they already had Picard's DNA on file, with the Borg did, but they didn't have a real means of cloning efficiently. So they assimilated a Dominion cloning facility to make this happen. And they used the cloning facility to clone Captain Picard and accelerate the aging process. And then once they accelerated the aging process a little bit, they then assimilated the clone Picard and became clone Picard, clone Locutus of Borg, basically. Just so that way you guys are wondering, why the fuck is Picard speaking with Locutus? It's because the Borg cloned Picard and assimilated the clone, and that is why these two sexy gentlemen are speaking with each other. Just saying.
Locutus. Picard, lower your shields and prepare to be assimilated. If you are truly who you appear to be, you must know that I...
Colorado Gamer says my favorite episode is Inner Light. Dude, Inner Light is one of the best episodes of Star Trek of all time. That is like one of the most touching episodes ever. It's like that one, that one gets you, man. That one gets you.
I will not comply. You will comply. Your defensive capabilities are no match for us. Your culture will adapt to service ours. Resistance is and always has been futile.
Initiate maneuver. Warp Theta 1.
Here's my only problem with this scene. I'm trying not to be too critical because this is like one of the best intros of all time. Seriously, this is like one of the best intros of all time for video games. I'm a little biased because I'm gay for Star Trek, but for me, this is like one of the best intros ever. Worf using the Defiant to go through the Romulan ship, did they at least... how can you go through a ship when their shields are up? You know what I mean? So unless Worf found a way to knock out their shield generator. I don't know. That's the way I look at it. I got to admit, they really, this AI upscale really shows finer details. Like they just made it to where all the finer details are showing on here, and it's amazing. It is amazing. If you guys love Star Trek as much as I do, please like and subscribe. Once again, if you guys love Star Trek as much as I do, like and subscribe, please.
Weapons on that vessel. 5.
That is a sick-ass fleet, by the way. Look at that fleet. Trying to see what I could get here. Oh, yeah. We got everything under the sun. Dude, that was fucking tight. That was a good AI upscale, bro. Oh, they did the Borg cutscenes AI 4K. No way. Hold on. I am very curious about this, by the way, because I love the Borg cutscenes in Star Trek Armada. You guys want to take a peek? Let's take a peek. Best game in the world. This is straight up the greatest game in the world. I don't care what all y'all say. Greatest game ever, dude.
Multiple attempts to retrieve Particle 010 have failed. We require an independent mind to organize its capture. Initiate action 420. Determine.
This is where they decide, because they need an independent mind to figure it out. So they decided, let's clone Picard. Fair. It's what anybody else would do.
In proximity of nearest facility with the required technology. Located, Sector 303. Dominion cloning facility.
Yep, so they assimilate the Dominion cloning facility. And this is when they assimilate this cloning facility, that's when they clone Picard.
Assimilate the facility and incorporate its technology into our own.
Wow, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Even the ships look way better with this upscale. I don't know how they pulled this off. Although I don't know why the nebulas are like going crazy. I think that might have been a bit of an error in the AI upscaling for some reason. Oh, this is amazing.
Unassimilated vessels identified. Threat probability to action 420 exceeding acceptable limits. Eliminate all unassimilated vessels. Defend the facility until the process is complete. Accessing Federation DNA archives. Downloading DNA sample.
Oh, right. So they actually... Okay, never mind. So they didn't have Picard's DNA on file. They actually did have to download the Federation archives. Once they downloaded the Federation archives, they were able to get Captain Picard's DNA profile. That's how it went. And then they were able to clone Picard at the Dominion cloning facilities. Boom. My bad. I got it slightly
Initiating
wrong.
cloning procedure.
I had the right idea, but
inserting nanoprobes. Establishing link to the collective. Process complete. Your designation is Locutus of Borg. Your primary objective is to eliminate all unassimilated species in this sector.
I will comply.
That's so crazy, dude. That is just so freaking crazy. And like I said, if you guys have never played Star Trek Armada, first off, you have to like patch it to no end to even play it on Windows 11 in today's age. But it's an amazing video game, one of the greatest games of all time. I cannot recommend it enough. I just can't recommend it enough, bro.
Activate all alcoves. Vessels transferred.
Primary objective completed.
New primary objective. Obtain particle 010.
I will comply.
So then Locutus gets his own cube, essentially. So yeah, and we got Uncle Chris in the house. Hell yeah, Uncle Chris, what up, bro? But yeah, dude, this is honestly, dude, yeah, Eric, this is amazing, yeah. Oh yeah.
This is the location extracted from the assimilated Romulan Jalpa. The Romulan base holding the Omega particle is beyond this wormhole. Once the collective arrives, we will enter the wormhole, destroy all Romulan presence, and assimilate the starbase. Then Omega will be ours.
It's chilling, dude. Honestly, Patrick Stewart's the man. Just Chris Rule says good chilling. Hell yeah.
Vessel 3169 has encountered the Romulans.
On screen.
We are the Borg. Relinquish particle 010 and prepare to be assimilated.
The Romulans are aware of our presence in this sector. Our offensive capabilities are insufficient to assimilate them. We cannot wait for the collective to arrive. Assimilate all vessels in the sector to acquire sufficient force to begin our assault. Primary objective complete. The Omega particle is secure. Prepare particle 010 for transport.
Preparations commencing. Accessing Romulan database. Vital information retrieved. The Federation is sending an ambassador to negotiate an alliance between the Klingons and the Romulans.
Such a union would jeopardize our plans to assimilate the Alpha Quadrant. Send a cube to capture the Federation ambassador. All other units initiate new primary objective. Return Omega to Unimatrix 001.
E.T., dude. E.T. E.T. is now called approved username. Everybody welcome approved username. Hey, thank you, Eric. 100 likes. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah.
Primary objective. Return the Omega particle to Unimatrix 001. Construct this operation. Preliminary scans determine this to be the ideal location for construction of the gate. Local species 9341 have been identified in the area. Species 9341 is not suitable for assimilation. Eliminate species 9341 before construction of a transwarp gate begins.
Station construction complete.
So approved username says I had to change my YouTube, my name. YouTube put me on time. Wait, what exactly? I can't remember what you're, because I know you were ET and then you were something else for a second. What was the other username you had? you like made it yesterday or something, right? You made the username yesterday or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was called. Too good, man. Too good.
Species 9341 eliminated. Transfer of Omega to Unimatrix 001 in progress.
Oh, right. It was like Garza's piss sink or something like that. Oh, my God. I love it, bro. I love it.
Objective complete.
Vulcan ambassador's ship intercepted. All life forms assimilated. Peace negotiations between Romulan and Klingon species have ceased. Federation space now vulnerable to attack. Initiate new primary directive. Assimilate Earth.
I will comply.
Oh, shit. So I'm probably going to end the stream here in just a little bit tonight. I've already been streaming for like 5 hours and 10. Oh, piss covered sink. Yep. I've already been streaming for about 5 hours and 10 minutes. So we'll make this the last video of the night. If you guys want to send any gifts, any super chats, whatever you guys want to send, whatever you guys got, it's okay. Even if it's something tiny, something whatever, but let's take a look.
We have arrived at Sector 001, Utopia Planitia destroyed. As expected, the Federation fleet has retreated to Earth. Magnify. Hail the Enterprise.
Locutus.
Picard, lower your shields and prepare to be assimilated.
If you are truly who you appear to be, you must know that I will not comply.
You will comply. Your defensive capabilities are no match for us. Your culture will adapt to service ours. Resistance is and always has been futile.
You underestimate us, Locutus. Even now, the combined Romulan and Klingon fleets are on their way. You will not prevail against us.
Your assessment is incorrect. We intercepted Ambassador Spock before he arrived at the peace conference. His biological distinctiveness has been added to our own. The Federation's attempt to...
Oh, they assimilate. I forgot they assimilated Spock, but technically that doesn't end up happening because the Enterprise goes back in time to save Ambassador Spock. And the peace treaty, a peace conference goes through swimmingly.
To orchestrate peace between the Romulans and Klingons has failed. You stand alone.
We have stopped the Borg before, and we will do so again.
Initiate primary objective. Destroy the Federation fleet. Assimilate Earth.
Attack Federation's vessel Enterprise has disengaged from that vessel. Enterprise has entered a temporal distortion at subjunction 803. Stating new objective.
The Enterprise is irrelevant. Proceed with primary objective.
It's not irrelevant. Not in this situation. Because that temporal distortion sends the Enterprise, like I said, to Spock, and he helps the Enterprise E helps the fleet that is escorting Ambassador Spock to the Romulan starbase for peace negotiations. Boom, boom, boom. Jarvis, can you please?
Shields failing.
Perhaps today is a good day to die.
Primary objective complete. Begin assimilation of Earth.
That is how the Borg assimilated Earth. Holy crap. Well, I want to thank you guys so much for taking the time to tune in. If you guys can, don't forget to send a gift. The more gifts we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Even a small gift goes a long way. But if you don't feel like gifting, hopefully you guys feel like liking and subscribing to the channel. It does help the channel in more ways than one. It makes my pussy feel tight. It makes me feel right. It makes me feel wrong, 'cause I'm wearing a Juicy Man thong. Juicy Man thong makes me feel long. All right, well, I thank you guys. I hope you guys have an incredible night, and I'm probably gonna record a couple of short videos and then head to bed. But love you guys. Thank you guys for taking the time to